Zadibabos, Liberatos, Zadalavaters, Zabaraters, Zadalavater, Zadalater, Zabaratos, Zababos, Zadalavaters, Libo Sadiza, Zadalavater, Liberatos, Zadalavaters, Zababos, Zadibabos, Liberators, Zadalavater, Zadalater, Zababos, Jesus.
One of the scriptures the Bishop gave to me, he said, you Proverbs 25:23. He said, the north wind driveth away rain, so doeth an angry countenance, a backbiting tongue. Any spirit that is driving away blessing, driving away your husband, driving away your children, driving away your finances, today let that spirit be set on fire.
Be set on fire.
Any demons released over you to divert your blessing.
Jesus.
What is yours, then it goes to another. What must come to you, then another takes. Today, let that demon be set on fire.
Be set on fire.
Say, Holy Ghost.
Holy Ghost.
Any deployed demons.
Any deployed demons.
Against the Archbishop.
Against the Archbishop.
Nicholas Duncan-Williams.
Nicholas Duncan-Williams.
Drive away.
To drive away.
The blessings.
The blessings.
The treasures.
The treasures.
The true sons and daughters.
The true sons and daughters.
Of this house.
Of this house.
Away.
Away.
By fire, by
blood. By fire, by blood.
Let their power.
Let their power.
Be broken.
Be broken.
And let them be set on fire.
And let them be set on fire.
Lift up your hands. Say, oh God.
Oh God.
Any powers.
Any powers.
Evil bears.
Evil bears.
Serpentine spirits.
Serpentine spirits.
Assigned to hijack.
Assigned to hijack.
My blessing.
My blessings.
My finances.
My finances.
My inheritance.
My inheritance.
My money.
My money.
My breakthroughs.
My breakthroughs.
Die.
Die.
Lift up your hands. Any spirit that will be assigned to take your money, to take your blessing. Some of you, they have deployed mounts. You dream and you are seeing mounts in your dream. Some of you, physically, they have deployed it in your house. And its assignment is swallow every blessing in your house. Today, let the fire strike them.
Strike them.
Some of you, they have deployed evil birds. Wherever you go, the birds monitors you. So if you are supposed to have a blessing from here, it goes to scatter the blessing before you get there. Today, any deployed evil birds assigned to scatter your blessing, let the birds be set on fire.
Be set on fire.
Any serpentine spirit whose assignment is to hijack your blessing and has swallowed all the money that is supposed to come to you, whether they are living with you as human beings, whether they have been assigned spiritually around you. There was a time I came to the office, I just entered, and I felt, and let me tell you some of the things that Holy Spirit used to minister so that you have a sensitivity to the voice of the Spirit. And I felt like a presence, like I was restless. I said, why am I not comfortable? And the Lord said, start praying. I started praying, the Lord opened my eyes. I saw somebody naked, standing just at the entrance and watching me with some third eye. I said, hey, so I have come to office, so you have come with me. Lift up your hands. So when you are going, things follow you. Personality assigned to make sure that business transaction doesn't go through, they follow you. Whether they turn as a bed, I was doing deliverance for somebody. A small boy, he said, the Lord opened my eyes, I saw that he was a dog. He said, yes, we are many. We turn to a dog, and then we come after her money in the night. I said, so what did he say? I am a bed. I turn in the night as a bed, and I swallow all her blessing. That is why no money is coming to her hand. People are doing things. Witches are doing things. If the witches are here, they know what I'm saying. Lift up your hands and let's pray. I say, if witches are here, they know what I'm saying. Lift up your hands. Any witches swallowing your blessing, swallowing your money, swallowing your investment, swallowing your property, making sure that nobody will help you. Today, let the sword cut them off.
Amen.
Say, Holy Ghost.
Holy Ghost.
Any witch or wizard who turn as a bird, as a snake around my life, to swallow my blessings, as I clap my hands, let the sword come after you. Clap your hands and enforce it. Any serpentine spirit,
let the sword of the Lord come after you. The sword of the Lord,
driving away your husband, driving away your wife, driving away your breakthrough. Let the sword of the Lord
Pursue the serpent. Shadalavadoshe. Libo Shadalabaradoshe. Zenivanasha. Berekosa Dalavados. Zavanti Baboshe. Libaboshe. Libaradosha Dalavados. Zavina Coperenos. Zivanaka Penosai Kibaba. Zabaradoshe. Zadalavades. The fire. Zabarado. Zababoshe. Zadibababoshe. Zadabaradoshe. Dalavados. Zabaradoshe. Zabanti Baboshe. Libanoshe Dalavados. Libaradoshe. Livadoshe. Livadoshe Dalavados. Zabanti Baboshe. Zadalavades. Libaradoshe. Zadalavades. Zabanti Baboshe. Zadalavades. Libaradoshe Dalavados. Zabanoshe Taya. Zabanti Baboshe. Libaradoshe. Zadalavades. Libaradoshe Dalavados. Zabaradoshe Dalavados. Libanoshe Dalavados. Zabarata. Zababoshe. Zababoshe. Zababoshe Taya. Zibanti Baboshe. The Son of the Lord. 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 Zabaradoshe Taya. Baboshe Dalavados. Zibaboshe Dalavados. Libaradoshe Taya. Zabanti Baboshe. Dalavados. Libaradoshe Dalavados. Zadalate, Zababoshe, Zabaratoshe, Zadalavade, Zadalavade, Zabandi Baboshe,
In the life of the episode,
Zanalavadoske Delevades, Libaradoshe Delevades, Zabaratos, we send so, send us on, send us on, Zabaratoshe, Libaboshe, Zabandi Baboshe, Libaradoshe, Libaboshe, Zabarate, Zabator. Zabarate, Zivatoshe, Vandi Baboshe, let the fire, Zatanavate, Libaradoshe, Zavandi Baboshe. Lekibas, Zadibadosades, Libaradosabay, Zabandibabos, Zadalavates, Libaradosades, Zadalavates, Libarados, Zadalavates, Zadalavates, Libabos, Zabarate, Zadalavates. Jesus.
I want you to take your offering and lift it. Take your offering. We want to use your offering as a point of contact. Don't just give any offering. I see that most of the time you sit down, oh, let me just put something small. What I want you to understand that how much you give, it depended upon the deliverance that comes your way. If you are in high expectancy, don't give ordinary. Don't do what?
But if you look at Peter, if you look at the book of Luke chapter 5, Peter was in need. And Jesus came on the scene and he seeded his boat. So Jesus used his boat to preach the gospel. When Jesus was through, he said, nobody beats God in giving. And because you gave your boat to support the gospel, in return, cast your net into the deep. Peter said, I've tried all this before. I've been in the fishing industry all my life. There is no way you can tell me to do what you are doing, what you're asking me to do to break through. Jesus said, I'm the master. Stop arguing with me. Just do what I tell you. He said, Jesus, at your word, I will do it. He did it. He got such breakthrough in the business. And the Bible said that his net broke. His boat began to sink. So even though he wanted breakthrough, he wasn't ready for it. He wasn't prepared. He hadn't developed capacity. He didn't have the systems to manage what he had believed God for. He had to call, the Bible said, he called his partners to join. So thank God he had partners. But even though the partners came, the Bible said after they all filled their boats, everybody's boat began to sink. Can you imagine if Peter alone tried to manage everything? He wouldn't have made it. And blessings can overwhelm you. And blessings can also be a curse if you don't understand the purpose of it. And blessings has implications. I encourage you, as we go through this session today, our first meeting, that you will be very deliberate about it as long as you live. Understanding and realizing that the reason for your being and why you are here and why you are blessed is always about others. And until we find that kind of thinking, mentality in the Christian community and also in our political circles, God have mercy on us. Amen.
If you've just joined us right here at the Kairos Hall of the Prayer Cathedral of the Action Chapel International, or online, you've just heard from our father, a renowned figure in the realm of faith, leadership, and undoubtedly the father of the charismatic movement in Ghana and Africa. Make some noise one more time for His Eminence, the Archbishop Nicholas Duncan-Williams. We thank you, Papa, for calling us to understand the essence of community, the purpose of wealth, the role of capacity, the impact of selfless and visionary leadership, but above all, legacy. But I'm moved by that one great concept you touch on, the power of synergy. And in that power of synergy, ladies and gentlemen, both of them have over the years challenged us. And today, this is evidence of what they seek to do for the body of Christ. I ask that you salute the Lady Rosa Whittaker, our dear mother and co-visionary of this forum. Thank you, Mom. Grateful, grateful, grateful. His Eminence the Archbishop and Lady Rosa are pleased to be joined by a few great personalities. Allow me to acknowledge with gratitude the chairman of the Margins Group, Mr. Moses Baden Jr. A round of applause. Thank you very much. We're joined by the CFO of Nuveen Asset Management, our keynote speaker, Mr. Shun Salami. Thank you very much. We make welcome the Registrar of Companies of the Republic of Ghana, Mrs. Jemima Owari. A management consultant par excellence, Mr. Martin Mensah joins us. And she's been behind the scene orchestrating every move for the success of this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, the chair of the Executive Council of the Kingdom Business Forum, the second deputy governor of the Bank of Ghana, yours and mine, Mrs. Elsie Aduawaji. Together with a host of other dignitaries, speakers, who I shall be acknowledging intermittently in the course of this event. Here to lay a foundation on the future of business is a man who is renowned in his sphere by way of global finance and who epitomizes the vision of businesses, investors, and professionals in creating substantial wealth against all odds while driving positive societal change and impact. This kick-off conversation will align our shared mission with time-tested truths and wisdom acquired by our keynote speaker in the decades of pursuing professional excellence and wealth creation around the world. Our keynote speaker leads the finance organization at Nuveen, with one of the largest investment managers in the world, with $1 trillion, assets under management, and offering solutions for a range of investors across a broad array of asset classes. He joined Nuveen's parent company, TIAA, in May 2018 as the corporate controller, and later became both TIAA's chief accounting officer and principal financial officer of the TIAA real estate account until June 2020. Prior to that, he was the executive vice president and global controller, corporate solutions at Jones Lang LaSalle Incorporated, a Fortune 500 global real estate company. Prior to that, too, he spent over 11 years at Deloitte, serving Fortune 500 clients, specializing in insurance, asset management, and retail pharmacy sectors. In addition, he led Deloitte's programs focused on business development, diversity, and inclusion, and was Ellen P. Gabriel Fellow prior to joining Deloitte, and spent 3 years at KPMG and Anderson providing assurance services to Fortune Global 100 clients. He's also worked as an investment banking analyst at Access Bank PLC and graduated with a BS in Management and Accountancy from Obafemi Awolowo University, a Master in Finance Economics from Ohio University, and an Executive Management Certificate from Columbia Business School. Would you please make welcome our keynote speaker speaking on the future of business, Mr. Sion Salami.
Let me say that again. Good morning. That was awesome, Archbishop. I thought I was going to miss church on our flight back, but I think my church was already done. So, while it says I'm the keynote speaker, quite frankly, for me, you just heard from the keynote speaker. Right. What I'm here to do is share some of the stories that I've got along the journey of my journey in life. But before I do that, I just want to pause real quick to say, Lord, you know why I'm here today. I was supposed to be in Costa Rica, in the sandy, volcanic, black sands of Costa Rica for spring break. But then I spoke to Rosa in December, and here we are in Ghana. And here we are today with your people. I'm just a vessel, albeit broken. Please use me today as you've always done. Guide us, Lord, in Jesus' name. All right, so I will start with a few things I picked up from the Archbishop. Wealth of nations. I'm an economist, right? And I thought Adam Smith talk about wealth of nations. But now I've heard from Papa that you can actually trace wealth of nations into the Bible. So I've got to go deeper into that. The second thing I heard, which for me has been very, very important, either in business or in personal life, is this notion of being deliberate, right? I call it intentional, right? You've got to have intentionality in everything that you do. Right, so you mentioned being deliberate. To me, that's very important. The other thing I picked up was this notion that when I was in a partnership, I was in Arthur Andersen, I was in KPMG, and I was also at Deloitte for a very long time. And within those partnerships, one of the things that they told us very early was never worry about yourself. Think about it. We got 5,000 partners as an example. And those 5,000 partners, their job is to worry about you. If you worry about yourself all the time, that's just the power of one. But if you worry about others, we would see that, and then 5,000 of us will worry about you. So all of that long resume about me that you read, which my mother will be very proud of, right? It came because I heard that very early in my career, that it doesn't take only you, it takes you thinking about others. And if you do that very well, folks will rise up for you, like what Lady Rosa and Archbishop are doing for me and my family now. So, living example here. All right, this is what I would like to do today. I would like to talk to you, and then if you have questions, mic runners will bring the mics to you so you can ask me questions. But because I love trigonometry, right, my brain thinks in threes. So I'll put what I want to say in 3 buckets. I would say bucket number 1 is, and I'll start there, is one of the principles I've learned that helped me grow through my life, and I'm still applying it up until today. And I learned this when I was almost just over 9 years old. I was in GSS 1. You guys probably can maybe align with that. And the Anglicans, they taught me, know thyself and enhance thyself. Again, know thyself and enhance thyself. So I'll dig deeper into that. The second thing I would talk about will be around how do you make changes on a large scale, right? What does it take to make changes on a large scale? A couple bankers in New York and London taught me a few things about that, and I plan to share that. That's my bucket number 2. Then bucket number 3 will be, if it's not you, then who else, right? And then we'll spend some time talking about that, and then I'll take questions. So let me start with the know thyself so you can enhance thyself. I don't know why it took me to get into my 40s before I realized that I'm just a naturally impatient person. Right? I don't know why it took me that long. Right? I wish early in my years I would have embraced that. So here's my story. And part of what you probably didn't hear in the bio. I was born in Lagos. I was raised by the Jebus. For anyone who understands the Jebus, you will know that was my first introduction to being a capitalist. Right? I was raised by the Jebus. I studied commerce. And like I mentioned earlier, I went to an Anglican school. Then after that, I went to Ife. And while I was in Ife, I was not a serious student. The serious student is right there in the room. I was not a serious student. But I knew earlier on the monikers of success. I knew that for me to have a good grade, I just got to come back the last 2 weeks of the semester, pass the exam, and I get good grades. So what do I do with my 2 months of school when I only need 2 weeks at the back end? I went into trade, right? Buying and selling things across Cotonou, right? That was what I did when I was in college, right? And then after that, I realized everybody was doing something called, ICANN. I'm like, okay, well, we are all accountants, finished second class upper, right? What is this ICANN thing, right? It's a moniker of success at that stage in society, right? I went after that. Then I realized that quite a few of my friends who are actually pretty smart or deemed as being smart by the society, they went to do something international. So again, that intentionality came out again, which is, where should I go to study? Right. We did that. Truth be told, I didn't want to be an accountant anymore. I want to go back into banking. So I found myself in Ohio University studying financial economics, which I love economics, and I'll draw on economics a lot, today. And I felt like I'm not going to be an accountant anymore, but Lord has a different plan. So I met this firm 2 weeks into the US, and this firm said, we will pay you to write the CPA exam. We will give you access to become a path to become a US citizen. You're 2 weeks into school, sign here. It was an accounting job. I've done it. Right. So I went down that path, and I stayed there for a very long time. Along that journey, I met this organization that reinforced part of what Papa just said to us. And that organization had this motto, lifting as you climb. Again, it was a nice reminder that today you are a student. Look at all these guys here who are helping lift you, but as you climb, make sure you go back and you lift others. So in this first chapter of the 3 chapters I'll share with you guys, this notion of know thyself so you can enhance thyself, it is so important for each and every one of us. As leaders, it's okay to want money. It's okay to want wealth. But how do you do that in the most sensible way to still lift others? And those others could be your next generation. It could be your community. It could be your nation. It could be your church. It is so important to come to terms with yourself and then enhance yourself. I'll say a couple more things on that. I've heard along the way, and I've had the privilege of practicing this, which is this notion of no condition is permanent. But what could be permanent is your character. I'll say that again. No condition is permanent. But what is permanent is your character. The last time I was in Ghana was in the late 90s. That was my first time in Ghana. My first night I spent at Abekala Pass. Right. And on Sunday, I asked the driver, Asante, drive me through Abekala Pass. The guy was like, yeah, on the way to the castle, we're going to pass through La Paz. I said, Abekala shall be on the other side. And here I am today, right, hanging out with all you great people. But what brought me to Ghana back then? I came here to write the CFA exam, right? But along the way, I toured the town, right? And the love of Ghana and for Ghana has been with me since then, even though I came here by way of writing exams. So again, no condition is permanent. But what is permanent, or what we can make permanent, is our character. The last thing I would say about know thyself is we're all a work in progress. 5 a.m. this morning, and I like my 6-hour sleep. 5 a.m. this morning, the hotel telephone rang, and it rang much more louder than ever to me. I pick up the phone, and there was this fellow human on the other side. I could hear both our voice and the emotion. And you know, as leaders, we are taught and raised to understand what people are saying and to also understand their emotion. You cannot lead if you don't know the two things. But I was like half asleep, right? 5 o'clock. So I picked up the phone, and this human on the other side said, is that Chooks? Is that Chooks? So I answered the question. This is not Chooks. So right there, I'm already done with my obligation. So I put the phone down. Then she rang again. I'm like, what is this now? So I picked the phone, and she said, Chooks, this is Mimi. No, I'm not Chooks, right? And then now you're disturbing us. I put the phone down again. Then I unhung the phone from the receiver. So I lay down there, and I was like, so I said to Remy, my wife, I said, Remy, gosh, I'm just not a nice person. She was like, what do you mean? I said, that human on the other side is in pain. I could hear that pain in her voice. But the words that she was saying was disturbing me. I answered the question, but I didn't help. So I could have simply said, this is not Chooks. Do you need help? So I did not address the emotion. So while I know myself, or I think I do, and while I'm trying to enhance myself, part of what we have to do as leaders is to understand that there's another human being on the other end of the decisions that we make, be it small or large. And for me, I wish I could go back and ask Mimi on the phone the simple question, do you need help? I did not do that So I'm still a work in progress. So know that. Thank you. So that's know thyself so you can enhance thyself. The second bucket is around what do you need to do to make changes at large scale, right? There was this banker who I met in London. Guy works for TPG. He runs Texas Pacific Group, one of the large PE firms. So he and I were talking about what can we do in Africa, particularly sub-Saharan Africa, because the gentleman talked about us having 1.4 trillion, thanks to the market, in AUM, right? We're the largest when it comes to farmland on the planet, right? We're the second largest real estate manager on the planet. We're the second largest municipal bond manager on the planet. And I can go on and on about where we rank on the planet. Except we're not that large in Africa, right? We have what we say small, but it's not small to others. 2.5 billion in Africa. It used to be 1.1 billion when I was asked to take over, helping us look at our investment in Africa, but we've grown now to 2.5 billion in Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa, got to take out the north. Which just resonated with me. It says, well, you want to make changes on the line. There are three. I'm a consultant. Oh, I love trig. Need. And what are those three things? You need access capital. You need access to technology and technical knowledge. And then third, you need access to relationship. And I was like, who has all of that? I was like, Shion, you're not listening to me. I didn't say you have technical skills. I didn't say you have capital. I didn't say you have relationship. I said you have access. I said the operative word in those three things are access. So I said, thank goodness I found myself in financial services. And then that made me ask a question, which perhaps, Archbishop, you just mentioned, which is, why am I here? So on my way from that lunch, I kept asking myself, why am I here? Because access to relationships, I think I do have that. I mean, 2 nights ago, I got a note from Ray Chambers and the folks in the White House that I'm now on the board of what, VP is trying to do, VP Harris is trying to do in transforming digital space in Africa. I'm one of the 7 board members for that now, right? I'm on the board of, thank you, I'm on the board of Business Council for International Understanding. 3 weeks ago, I became a life member of Council on Foreign Relations, right? You were one of my references, right? I sit on the board of Blackstone, a Blackstone portfolio company. We meet with Schwarzman twice a year to see what are we going to do, right? I sit on the board of Terex, a public company that manufactures across the globe, right? And my friends at Nuveen, thanks to TIA and a few of other investors, right, we have access to capital. And like I said earlier on, I'm an accountant, chartered accountant, a CPA with an active license, right? So I have access to those 3 things, and geez, what am I doing, right, to drive change in large scale? What I didn't tell you is perhaps the character I've built over time. I'm a problem solver. I like to tackle problems, right? Like break it down. It drives me. I will not sit down. The current will keep flowing until we solve big problems. We know in our society, either it here in West Africa, whether be it in Chicago, whether be it among the black community in the US or in the Caribbean, and quite frankly, in the world overall, there are big problems that we have to find a way to tackle, right? So again, to make changes on large scale, we need access to capital, we need access to technical skills, and we need access to relationship. So as we're all living our lives with some amount of intention, you got to ask yourself, which of these buckets are you filling every month, right? April is almost over. What have you done as a leader to fill one of those 3 buckets? These are the questions I ask myself every Sunday. And then I go watch Chelsea lose and I get pissed off. Right? So the third thing I would like to share with you guys would be around, if not you, who else? Right? And you could see me segue into that from the second bucket. I never thought I would be at this level, right? Just like I refuse to be named the keynote speaker, right? I'm just an Oshogo boy, right, that happened to focus on doing what is in front of me as best as I can. I'm just the guy that comes into a room and I ask myself, in that particular room, who am I? Some call it situational leadership, right? My kids call it the annoying brother we never had, right? Because when I'm in my house, I'm a persona non grata, right? But when I'm in other places, I ask myself, why am I here? And when I leave this place, what should be the mark that I have left based on the gift that I have been given? And then when I leave that place, I go back and keep reflecting, geez, what could I have done better? What could I have done differently? And when we're all gone, what will be the stories told about us? Right? And each and every one of us, no matter where we are today or where we have been, we all have a gift that if we spend more time to know ourselves, and we spend more time to enhance ourselves, and we think about the monikers of success in the society, and we think about what we can do to make changes on a large scale, whether professionally or in business, perhaps we'll be able to achieve the kind of wealth and success that Archbishop was just talking about. I'll add one more thing, and then I'll take questions if time permits. I didn't set my watch. The last thing I'll add is this notion of time equals money. And being an economist, I turned that to an equation, right? Time equals money. If you don't have time, you should have money, right? And if you have money, perhaps you don't have time. But if you kind of map out that on a graph, right, you get quickly to, some people have money and they have time. But that's no longer money, that's wealth. So all the things we're talking about here, we got to ask ourselves the questions, what do we need to do so that our society can have money if we don't have time? But more importantly, what do we need to do to have wealth? Because that will allow us to have both money and time. And if you don't have time and you don't have money, you do know or can go back to those 3 things I talked about to the extent that it ministers to you to at least help you move up, right, on that curve. With that, I'll pause, and I'm more than happy to take any questions from you.
We have time for 3 questions. Please raise your hand, identify yourself, shoot straight into your question, comment, or suggestion.
And if you can do me a favor, just state your name as well.
My name is Sika Chum. I'm a leadership coach. And something you said caught my attention. You call it 3 things. I call them 3 ways to success. And you said it's the first one is access to capital. The second is access to technical skills. And the third is access to relationships. And my question is, there's one thing having access to something, and there's another being able to leverage on what that access. So what would you say about how do you leverage on these three in order to get to become successful? That's my question.
I love it. Thank you. So let me throw a concept out there for you. And my team knows this. And by my team, I mean folks that work with me, the board, folks around me. In my day job, I do three things, 3 A's. You must always anticipate, and then you must analyze. Then you better act, right? So how can you rapidly do that? It's what differentiates folks who are going to win on the Wall Street and who are going to lose. Very simple. Can you anticipate? No, don't go with your gut alone. Do some analysis, but don't do analysis paralysis. Now you got to act, and you got to keep that process, right? Constructive paranoia, because the competition is fierce, right? So if I take you back to your question around not only having access, but how do you tap from it? I go back to my days in the partnership. The partners that when you meet someone, you should always ask yourself, again, how can I be of value to them? And when you do that, the day that you call on them, your political capital will be so deep and so broad. You don't even have to call on them. They will be the one telling you, have you thought about X, Y, Z? Because every day that you wake up, all you think about is, what can I do for that person? What can I do for that person? How have I helped X, Y, and Z? Right. What I didn't say, which is important, and I'll clarify it, is I'm not afraid to ask. Think about how to help. I'm not encumbered to ask. I will make this generalization, and you got to forgive me if it's not culturally correct here. With the black folks I grew up with in the US, we're always afraid of telling people what we're going through. We don't even know when to ask for help. Right? You come to my office, you know I'm the most senior black dude in Nuveen. Tishona is the most senior black person at TIA. But you only come to us when you're almost out of the door. I can't help you then. Why didn't you talk to me 2 months ago when you didn't like this project? Why didn't you talk to me when you have a passion about something in your community? Maybe we would have done it together, right? So we have to be vulnerable, right? We have to know that it's okay for folks to get into our business, or better still, have a clear delineation between which part of my business do I let people have access to, and which part do I keep everything private and not seeking help. Just doesn't work. Osmosis. So what do I mean by osmosis? Being a young man that showed up in the US, and Tokwe knows this story because he was there before me. I got to the US with $6,000 in my pocket. That was a lot more than most people had in their pocket. But it wasn't enough to pay for my half tuition at Ohio University. But I still went anyways. Right. And what is fascinating about that journey for me was, again, being able to just open my mouth and say, I just got here, this is who I am, and this is what I need. Is there anyone that could be of help? Right. That takes vulnerability. Right. When I was working in a dining hall, that's what we were talking about last night on the way to dinner. I made $5.15. Right, when I was working in dining. And I was a chartered accountant. And why was I working in a dining hall? Because I didn't have a GPA yet, and I could not be a tutor. And I didn't want to work illegally. So the only job available was washing dishes, which was a promotion. But being a salad boy, and I got promoted while I was being a salad boy. I was a salad boy. That gave me all of my American orientation about salad. Right, and 2 months in, because I was a fantastic salad boy, I got promoted to washing dishes. Then from washing dishes, and that was a 15-cent promotion. Big deal for me. And then in the 3rd month, I got promoted to pots and pans. Right? Pots and pans, that was $6.15. Right? And that was me in Appalachian, Ohio. If you know what that really means, it taught me a lot about the US. So bottom line is, thank you for the question, right? Access is important. You got to pour into people. You got to be very comfortable with having a part of your life or your business being shared with others. And that's the only way you can achieve that success skill that I mentioned about. All right, do we have time for 2 more or 1 more?
Yep. Here, my name is Andrew Sakutuado. I work with Reach for Change. I'm an enterprise developer with Reach for Change. It's a Swedish-based non-profit. And I'm curious about something. There's this bit that you said about solving big problems. And I love solving big problems. And with that as a mindset that could cast down to a young African like me, that is almost accustomed with wicked problems all around us. Now, how do we practically, as an advise us that we approaching from maybe a perspective, or as a character reorientation of the African, and then number 3, as of a systems change approach that you may have to combine efforts with other people and then together carry a lot of things along. This could be a big thing that you may want to help us hack, because leaning onto your mindset of saying you like solving big problems, this is something I want to find out to dealing with for the African youth. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So, I'll say a couple of things, and you and I can geek on this, for a very long time. I'll just say a couple of things. There's this guy at work, a good friend of mine, Josh Shimansky. He's the head of HR. So Josh will always tell me, Sheon, there you go again. You are strategic execution. That's your strength, strategic execution. But in this world, there are people who are doers, and there are people who are thinkers, right? There you go again, talking to that guy who is a doer. Just because he's an executive, you're trying to strategize with him. He's going to get frustrated. He's a doer. He just wanted you to tell him what we should do, right? And then the folks who are thinkers, if you tell a thinker to go do something, they're not going to get it done, right? So part of trying to solve problems of large scale is, again, this is where the consultant to me comes in. We got to identify that problem. We spend a lot of time rapidly figuring out what are we solving for. Because I'm a capitalist. I was an Ijebu raised, then everything happened after that, right? We start with what are we optimizing, right? If I know what we're optimizing, let's break it down into buckets, right? Because we don't want a Sisyphean project, the one that keep rolling and rolling, nobody finishes it. Have you guys seen the Lagos, the Ife-Ibadan highway? They've been going on through my life. They're still doing the same road, right? So how do we break it down so it doesn't become a Sisyphean project, right? Clearly define what we're trying to optimize, put milestones around it. That is the execution in me coming out. However, we do not exist without other humans. And I go back to my first response to you, which is you got to first identify. Some call it the right leaders, some call it the right followers. I just call it the right teammates. But you need to do strategy with strategies. You need to do executions with doers. And there are some hybrids like myself, right, that you've got to figure out how to use them. In closing to your question, nothing is wrong with us, Africans. Nothing is wrong with us. Nothing is wrong with us, right? The fact that we don't see many of us in position of power doesn't mean in the US, doesn't mean anything is wrong with us. The fact that when you walk around our continent, right, it doesn't look like my manicured neighborhood in Connecticut. But it doesn't mean anything is wrong with us. It just means that we're in a different maturity curve of this planet Earth. And the more that we can all gather together and understand the moniker of success right now, and then help shape the moniker of success in the future, we're going to unlock. That's what the Gulf states did, right? And they found a way to operate, and they found a way to execute. And I think we can do the same thing. Nothing is wrong with us.
Hello. So I am Alfred Banfo. I'm Alfred Banfo, and
Alfred.
I'm an economist and a realtor. My question is, you said character can be permanent. So I want to know, how do we optimize or leverage on good character traits for effective life to achieve some desired goals we want to achieve?
Yeah, so let me rephrase that, right? Your condition is not permanent, right? What you can do and you can control is your character, and your character can be permanent, right? So I say that to say, I'll tell you a quick story. I'm a storyteller. I'll tell you a quick story. When I was in Arthur Anderson, those were the days of papers and pencil, right? It was awful, right? Because, again, I told you I'm not a good student, I'm just a bright human being. So writing was not my forte. It took me getting to the US to realize that because I'm a Yoruba boy, you don't use your left hand. I didn't realize that my left hand is what I was supposed to use all my life. So I'm ambidextrous now. So how did I realize that I could actually use my left hand? One of my partners who helped raise me at Deloitte, talk about, a Matt Wangard, he was about to become partner. We're going through regulatory exam, and the heat was on. And if we failed that exam, he wasn't going to make partner. And I was on his team. So the regulators were asking us questions. Map this out, map that out. We're having computer problems. I just grabbed a marker, and I went on the board, and I didn't know what got into me. That was my first time using my left hand. So they're mapping out the entire process of the company on this whiteboard, then circle where all the issues were with dots on them, and saying, this is how we attacked it. So yes, Matt made partner. He runs the US audit practice now. But what I discovered about myself on that very day was nothing was really wrong with me with my chicken scratch handwriting. It was because I was always using the right hand. I could have just used my left hand, right, and I would have been okay. So why am I telling you this story that might seem irrelevant, but it is? It's simply put, over time, as we get to know ourselves better, over time, as we get to appreciate what are the monikers of success where we are, right, we have a chance to be able to improve ourselves. And we have a chance to be able to take that same intentionality of trying to always figure out how we can develop ourselves. If you embrace that, that will be your character, right? Anyone that's ever worked with me or spent time with me, we know that I don't take myself seriously, but what I do is very serious, right? I know it sounds like a conundrum, right? But what I do is very, very serious. And I let you know how to engage me. You see that keyword? I let you know how to engage me. You go to Kepinski now, they know, oh, that's Mr. Salami. This is how you engage him. That's just who I am, right? So yes, over time, figure out who you are, enhance who you are, and let the folks that interact with you, let them know how to engage with you. I think that's my time, right? Thank you so much, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sean Salami, would you please stay here with me? In appreciation of the warm thoughts you shared with us, the great nuggets, we have a little presentation to make to you. It's my pleasure to invite the chair of the Executive Council, Mrs. Elsie Aduawaji, to make the presentation on behalf of our father and our mother, His Eminence the Archbishop and Lady Rosa.
Thank you, Jerry. Sharon, thank you so much on behalf of Papa we thought you should go back with a little something, just to show our appreciation to you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, appreciate Mr. Sean Salami. Wow. Please be seated. Please be seated. If you're joining us on Facebook, on YouTube, on the Archbishop Nicholas Duncan-Williams page, we welcome you to this inaugural breakfast series of the Kingdom Business Forum. Ours clearly is a new generation of entrepreneurs and professionals, as well as business leaders, united by a commitment to pursuing Christ-like values and principles in our business and careers. We do this as a collective bunch trying to raise a new generation to impact society sustainably. Just gone by was a foundational talk on the future of business by Mr. Sean Salami. We now move to yet another interesting discussion. It will border on businesses in challenging times. Speaking to us today on navigating tough economic times, I beg your pardon, is the Chief Executive Officer of the Margins Group. Mr. Moses Kwesi Baden Jr. is an experienced entrepreneur with a legal background. He has forged a remarkable career spanning over 3 decades. His diverse skill sets include business development, sales, marketing, and manufacturing. Transitioning from law to entrepreneurship reflects his visionary outlook and dedication to positive change. As the driving force behind Margins ID Group, a majority-owned Ghanaian company, Moses leads a dynamic team focused on creating software and hardware solutions for clean and empowered societies. Moses' impact extends beyond entrepreneurship. He is known for his unwavering commitment to societal advancement and empowerment, earning accolades such as Ghana's greatest entrepreneur of all time, iconic manufacturing personality of the decade, outstanding CEO of the year, and Man of the Year 2022. His public speaking engagements and mentorship initiatives inspire individuals across sectors to embrace innovation and pursue excellence, shaping a bright future. With over 34 years of experience, Moses has fostered win-win partnerships with private and public organizations globally. He has conceptualized, designed, and built award-winning security products, bringing people to digital solutions and services. His team consistently demonstrates local capacity and competency successfully on the international stage. Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves on doing business in challenging times. Mr. Moses Baden Jr.
Hello. The Archbishop Duncan-Williams, Lady Rosa Whitaker Duncan-Williams, the Executive Chairman of this forum, my friend Elsie Awadzi, bishops, members of the clergy, ladies and gentlemen. This is very interesting. I didn't know whether I was coming to church. I was going to give a business talk, so I was a bit confused. But I think I get it, what that bishop is getting to. I've always wondered why we build all these. When you see the churches in Ghana, how big they are, Archbishop, I think that if we put our faith in the same direction, we could build several factories. Because I come to this church and I see it's actually bigger than my factory, the grounds. So with our faith and our belief and our direction, the wealth is also important. I believe that we're no different from anybody. Our communities have shown that we can build places like that. So joining church and business is a good ambition. Not just have faith in God, but for productivity. So let me start by saying that we're all here because, one, I believe that we're Christians, and then we're also business people. So my foundation will be on that. I'm a lawyer, I'm a barrister, or at least used to be a long time ago. And so my perspective, unlike Sean's perspective, is not economics. It starts from legal principles and then it goes into other things like economics. And Sean, what a brilliant keynote address. I learned quite a bit from that. I've taken some notes, and I'm sure that all of you have taken some notes and we can apply it. But let's start by looking at the essence of the things that we do. We're Christians, but most people don't go to the fundamental reason why we're Christians. So I'm going to repeat part of a sermon I had on Easter Day that my brother Kirkabaden delivered at his church. And I think it was striking, this Easter message. Aside the tongue speaking, the Bible waving, and all the other things, why are we Christians? Why is it that a man who died 2,000 years ago in Jerusalem is important to us? That simple biblical principle allows us to use the essence of Christianity to forge ahead in life. The man that died in Jerusalem was not even African 2,000 years ago. It's important to us because when God created the Garden of Eden and put Adam in it, he took a rib of him and created Eve and said, you have command of the whole garden, you can do what you want, but there's only one rule: do not eat of the fruit of knowledge, the fruit of good and evil. And when he did that, then there was sin, and we were separated from God. And that separation is described as death, because sin came in between us. So that death then brought about sin, which brought about the separation. And in the Mosaic times, from the Ten Commandments, the other laws of Moses, we did sacrifice animals and burn offerings to bridge that gap. And then God sent the Son who died, and we were saved by that grace. And if we have that faith and we believe in him, then we are saved. That's it. That's why we're Christians. And all our good works, whatever we do, will never be enough to buy a salvation. Because we were born in sin because of that. And so that's all. That's why we're Christians. In the same way, when we're in business, we have to understand the essence, the principles of why we're in business. So you put faith in terms of knowledge of why we're Christians. You put business in terms of the body of knowledge of business. It's a complex thing. We have so many different things in business that we need to understand in order to be able to be successful, and in order to be able to navigate challenging times. And when we've learned these at the right time, and we apply them at the right time in an environment that we're in, then we're likely to be successful. So, the foundation of knowledge of business, some of the things Sion has spoken about, are relevant depending on what time or what life cycle we're in and how we can use that knowledge to our advantage. Some of the questions that were answered show that you can have information, but sometimes the information is not useful for you at the time that you need to apply it because you have not built the capacity to use that information. So in business, we learn the legal rules also about business. We learn the management rules, we learn the financial rules, we learn the value of ethics and values. We learn about the life cycles and the seasons of business, just like in life. And from cradle to grave of our lives and to the cradle to the evolution of business, we study how to apply these principles at the right time in order to navigate tough times. So, my own life as a businessman started with a company that I built with $100 in my father's boys' quarters. When I finished law school, it was the beginning of the ICT revolution, and computers were replacing typewriters. there was a swell in the change in wealth forces. And we could see that a lot of businesses were going to go out of business and new businesses were going to come in because of those changes. And I used to sit in my brother's office in London, and he was in computers. And I saw the amount of money they had to invest to buy computers, mainframes, engineers to service this. And then he had one small machine on the table. That was a binding machine. And I saw how the customers bought that and bought consumables for it, and how it was applied to this new computer age where typewriters were out and documents have to be held. So I said to him that I can build a business on this machine. And he said, well, that's not possible. This is just a small machine. How are you going to build a business on that? I said, well, all people are investing in all these segments that cost money. But those small machines are what finish what the computers produce. And nobody's focusing on that as a business. So I picked it up, and as people sold computers, we tracked those databases and we sold these small finishing machines to where we had computers. Within 24 months of starting that business, we had over 1,000 customers with these machines. For those who could afford it, they bought the machines and they used it, the likes of consultants and so on. And after 24 months, there was an average spend on these machines of $1,000 each. So our turnover went to $1 million. In 1992, having started my business in 89 at 23 and registered it in 90 at 24. So in the 90s, when people were doing all these big things, we were already turning over millions of dollars selling these simple machines with a simple concept that is sustainable and workable. So fast forward, the biggest problem in business in Africa at that time was access to capital and credit. Sean, you mentioned that. And so these were tough times. There was a banker's environment. You couldn't even borrow $50,000. You know, if you went to the bank for $50,000, think about it in 92, you couldn't even borrow $50,000. But one important thing about business is that everything is possible if you think hard enough about it, if you understand the elements, and if you have a mindset of solving problems, and if you've built the knowledge in order to navigate every environment. So we should always start by saying that everything is possible. So I remember that by 1994, by 1994, I still in my 20s, I needed to raise capital. And this was this tough, adverse environment called Ghana, which was not then democratic. So I went to a gentleman in Switzerland who I represented. And I went to do a presentation to him. And I said, well, we want to put your products everywhere in Africa. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. It was a very polished, very educated, very knowledgeable man, well companies in 30 countries, a multi-millionaire. So he looked at me as we spoke. He said, Moses, this is the first time I'm sitting with a black man. But I'm astonished. I find you very interesting and very bright. Can you join me at my hotel after this discussion? So I joined him in this very posh hotel called the Queen's Hotel in Hanover. I was the only black man in this room, the youngest person at this dinner. And he said to me, there's a lot I can teach you, but I like your passion, and I like your character, and I like your earnestness. This is the person who gave me my first $1 million credit at 24, with no security, no collateral. He hadn't been to Ghana before, and he didn't even know where I lived. So in tough economic times, character is important. Values are important. Ethics are important. Passion is important. And that is the problem that we have in this country. I mean, it is okay. People say they are in business, but they're actually criminals, right? Being criminal and being in business are two different things. In business, you add resources up, you optimize them to produce product solutions and services that customers are willing to pay for at an affordable price. And you preserve the business, as Shegun said, by putting teams together with diverse talents whose output can be optimized so you can scale the business. Business is a science, right? But it also has ethics. So this comes to the connection between our Christian principles and our business practice. They're both sciences. We need to understand the rules for both of them. So can you imagine in 1993, 94, to borrow $1 million from a bank, you'll be bankrupt because the interest rate was so high and you didn't have a collateral. My only collateral was a flat I bought at 24 in Tebman Community 3. How was I going to leverage that for $1 million? But the earnestness, the passions, the ethics, the vision that this man called Wolfensberger could see in me meant that because of where he was sitting, he could just sign a document saying that Moses is credible enough to have $1 million. A few years later, he sold his business. And I told him that, I'm interested in the introductional business, but I'm even more interested in identity and the finishing business. He said, Moses, I'm in the office retail market, but I can introduce you to my friend in Korea, a man called Yong Kim. He's going to help you. He's going to teach you what to do. So now I had a mentor in Europe and I had a mentor in Asia. So whilst we had tough economic times, I was being taught the lessons of life by people who had a track record, people who knew what to do, and it was all free. So fast forward, I went to Yong Kim, and he said, well, if the doctor introduced you, you must be a fantastic guy, because I saw you in Vegas with the doctor, and I was wondering, what's this young black man doing in Caesar's Palace, sitting by Dr. Wolfensberger? A 24-year-old black man. And all these CEOs who would sit with a doctor would come around the table, and he liked to show me off like a pet or a new dog. Because one day, whilst we were in Germany, we sat at a dinner table. There were all these big CEOs. I mean, big CEOs. I'm talking really big CEOs, American, European. The doctor was a big man. And they were talking about, I think it was the Bosnian War, those days, in the early 90s. They were talking about refugees, and they were making statements about why should the refugees come into Western Europe? They are committing crimes, they are spoiling the system, they should be sent back. I was eating my food, just listening, not saying anything. And they talked for a while. Many of the things they said were quite idiotic, but I just listened. So after a while, the doctor said, Moses, what do you think? Of course, I'm a lawyer. My background is law. So I said, well, all the opinions expressed, are subjective, but I think that this is not an opinion question, it's a legal question. All the people sitting around the table are signatories to the UN Refugee Treaty. And in the Second World War, when refugees had to go to the United States, they were treated by law, not by people's opinions. I think we should stick to the law. And I started eating again. So everybody kept quiet. The whole table was quiet. And this is where knowledge is important. You have to know what you are talking about. You have to invest in knowledge. So after meals, this is me, 24, having a cocktail at the bar. One person came to me and said, Mr. Baden, that was fantastic. Did you go to Oxford or Cambridge? I'm like, no, I'm from the University of Ghana. So that explains why the doctor liked to take me everywhere he went in the world. Because it made him happy for people to talk. And he asked me, Moses, what do you think? And that went on for a while. But come back to my story. So in adverse times, you pick good mentors who've been down the road. They can save you time. They can save you from making mistakes. It's always good to go to class and be bright and to learn and all that. But that's theory. In the end, the rubber has to hit the road. People will know where they are going. It will make your life easy in tough times. It will save you a lot of hardship. It's like telling your son something to do. You know he's not going to do it. But at least when he goes halfway and he sees that Papa said the stone will hit my head, he may recall and come back, right? But mentors are important. That's the first thing I wanted to say. And so this Yong Kim guy, he had the biggest laminating company in the world. I was also the only black guy he knew. And he had an international group make out 50 chief executives from 50 countries. I was the youngest and only black man. So when I entered this group in Korea, we used to spend 2 weeks in Korea every year, and maybe another 60 days in another 10 countries everywhere. I was the youngest and only black guy. I entered the group, and in my first meeting, where we spent about 2 or 3 weeks in Korea, I was interacting with the Chinese and so on. When I was younger, I was very passionate, very bullish. If you saw me, I wouldn't sleep. I was all over the place. I had so much energy. I'm a little more relaxed now and a little more conservative. But then I'll talk to the Chinese, I'll make them laugh, the Indians, you know. So after my first visit to Korea, I spent 2 weeks. Young Pyong is a fantastic engineer, crazy guy. I mean, fantastic engineer, crazy guy, and a very passionate person, and somebody who's believes he can do anything. And he does crazy stuff, which is what's exciting about him, right? So at the end of the period, he said he wanted to do a popularity contest. He wanted to find out which of the CEOs were most popular. And there was going to be a secret ballot. So we balloted. And number 1 in that ballot was my Indian partner, Dr. Rajpurohit, who's still my partner up to today, who lives in Mumbai. The second on the list was my main partner today, who is Peter Blom, Viking Danish guy, who is a significant shareholder of that business. Has been my partner for over 35 years. And number 3 on the list was me, the black guy, in all this international community. And I was shocked. Not only was I black, I was the youngest. And amongst an international crowd made up of mainly Europeans and Asians, Young Pyong Kim was shocked. So he called me and said, "Why, Moses is a remarkable person. How come you're the youngest in this group, you're a black guy, and you're the 3rd most popular person? What have you been telling the Chinese people who voted for you?" I said, "No, I've just been myself." So you see, we should not be limited, whether we're in adverse community, adverse economic circumstances or not, to the vision that we have. We shouldn't have an inferiority complex as to what we can achieve. It doesn't matter where we start. What matters is where we're going, our character, the things we learn, the mentors we build, and how we organize our knowledge in order to achieve significant impact. So starting with $100 in my father's boy scholars, and meeting all these people and building all these new visions. Today, we have a company that's in 7 countries. We have a company that is invested in buying other companies that are not even from Africa. We're still in these economic times, raising money from trusted partners who are willing to give us hundreds of millions of dollars. This time with some kind of collateral, but not to go through a banking system when interest rates are 33 and 14 on dollar and so on. So everything is possible. Everything is possible, even in these times and these places that we are, with debt exchange and haircuts and all that. Everything is possible. But there are certain principles that we need to observe in difficult times. And these are not, of course, you can boil down to them you can boil them up to more complex economic and financial laws. But I think that basically, in tough economic times, we must be true to our vision. We must be true to our faith. We must be true to our passion. We must acquire international knowledge and teams that allow us to navigate these times and to produce product solutions and services that are at a global level. We must learn and scale and connect and network amongst other people in order to be able to produce at the highest level, not just at the local level. We must always cut our coat according to our size. And these are all biblical principles. If you boil them down, they come into the Bible. Cut your coat according to your size. Don't spend more than you earn. When you make investment decisions, don't invest for consumption in hard times. Invest in things that have a return. In a high inflation period, ensure that you cut reduce your exposure and leverage, and make sure that you take refuge in assets that have a return, or the medium to long term. For that, let me tell you a story. Ghana, you know, the inflation was so high that in order to even keep your wealth, if you kept your money in some kind of assets, you'll be losing up to 40-50% every year. So when I was 20, maybe 26 or so, 27, 26 maybe, this Spintex road that this church is built on, it was a path. It was a path, I'll be sure you remember. That's why you're a preacher, but you must be a rich man, because an acre is a lot of money, right? One day, I was at the customers, and my sister, most of you know a lady, Reverend Lady Howard Mills, called me and said, Moses, I have this friend at Lands Commission. He's called me to ask you whether you want to buy some land. So I said, land, where? He says, you know, Spintex, that pathway there, there's some land there that he wants to sell. So I said, really? How much is it? He said, oh, one plot is $800. Yes, $800. So I said, really? Okay. I remember my father. Anyway, by the way, to confess, my father was a very successful businessman. So some of the things I learned, he taught me. So in order to build on something, you have to learn and then keep moving. So he taught me one thing, and he had properties. He was big time in properties, not just in Ghana, but everywhere in the world, right? And he said, Moses, when you buy property, always go and check out the layout to find out where the roads will be in future, and measure the distance from where the property is to the central business district, and find out how the development is going to go. So I remembered. So I drove to Spintex, this pathway, and I looked at the land. And I said, okay, let me go find out how this thing is going to develop. So I went to the town and country plan. And oh, there's some major roads coming. Oh, this thing is going to be valuable in the future. At that time, I was going to buy a second-hand car. I said, no, let me not buy the car. Let me buy this Spintex land. So I bought 1 acre for $3,600. I think it's 97, something like that. I know you relate to my story. $3,600. Now let me tell you a story. In 2008, I needed money. I ran into some problem because somebody defaulted on a debt, and all of a sudden I needed money. You know, so I looked at all my assets, and I said, oh, this has been tax land. I'm not doing anything with it yet. Why don't I sell it? So I offered it to 2 banks. Now, if you take 1997 to 2000, it's only 11 years, right? Guess how much I sold it for? $900,000. And I said to myself, people in hard times invest in things that they cannot afford, things that consume money, and forget that in the medium term to long term, they have to hedge against inflation. Now, if you take the $3,600 and you divide it with the amount of money I sold exactly 11 years afterwards, you get a factor of more than 3,000 times the value. Even if you kept dollar in your drawer and you change it 11 years later, it won't be worth much. So in times of hardship, we need to invest in assets that have high yield and can appreciate. And like Sean said, it's not because you had a dream I'm going back. So you need to have the science to calculate how this will work, you know. And if you do that over time, I don't care whether you're in Algeria, Argentina, Ghana, the principles of economics and money and finance, they work the same. You just have to be able to look at the risk, analyze the risk, to mitigate and to project where the world is going to be. And our business has always been about where is the world going to be next. So in this business that I started that did documents, there was a small table that we used to do identity on. And when we did the analysis, we realized that in 30 years' time, Africa will have 1.4 billion people. In Asia and in Europe, people had at least 8 mandatory identities. In Africa, they didn't have any identity at all. So we looked at that market and said, hey, in 25 or 30 years' time, This African market is going to need billions of IDs, 10, 20, 30 billion. We want 10% of that market. So in 1995, we changed our focus. We changed our resources. We started to build an identity company that we wanted to take global. You see, vision is what guides us. Somebody started frying chicken in Sakumono. In 30 years, they're still there frying chicken in Sakumono. Somebody started frying chicken in Kentucky, and they've gone global. It's the same chicken. Maybe the one in Sakumono tastes better. But how do we scale? These are the rules of business. Scaling is not a feeling. It's a system. It's a logic. It's a strategy. It's a body of knowledge that one needs to acquire, or one needs to associate with others to give. I don't think Colonel Sanders knew about franchising, but he knew the right people who had the right documents, how to franchise, how to build a team of people together to take chicken global. The woman in Sakumono doesn't even know why his table is on the street where he is. But a chicken could be better. So sometimes it's not about what we know or what the products we can do, but it's a vision that we have and the business steps that we have to take to scale. So we started to make IDs on the table, and we wanted to go global. We looked at Africa, and there was not a single manufacturing facility in the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. So we decided to build one, and we built one. We built the first car body manufacturing facility in the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. We built the one that is certified to central bank level. We built one that can print up to currency. And then we built a technology company over the 34 years. And we put teams together, as you say. We acquired knowledge from all over the world. And we built a technology company that today is the first in Africa to conceptualize, design, build, and finance a whole national ID program in an African country. It's never been done before. It's made in Ghana. Your Ghana card is made right behind this church. It's never been done before. And so vision determines where you're going to go. It's not going to be easy. Sometimes you come to an event like that, you speak, and people think, oh, it's easy. So you pray and you find some people and you get there. No. It's like walking through the shadow of the valley of death. And I like Sean talking about working in the kitchen and doing that. I've done those jobs before too. And it's important to learn those life lessons, because apart from the theory, when the rubber hits the road, you need emotional intelligence, you need human skills, you need social skills, you need to have an engaging personality, you have to be able to seek opportunity, you have to know who to attract into your circle, you have to know how to integrate, you have to understand the business rules, because that's what actually builds a business, not our feeling or our emotions. God gave us a brain, He intends that we use it. So in times of adversity, it doesn't matter whether you started from $100 in. It's the vision, it's the passion, it's the rules, it's the character, it's staying the course, it's having the human and social skills. Above all, it's helping people along the way. It's the people that you help that are going to support you. I have people that worked with me for over 30 years. From when I used to have one single table in my father's garage with a red phone. They are still with me today. And today, even though we're in 7 countries, we think still small in different parts. And together we act big. So let's not be depressed. I agree with you, John. There's nothing wrong with us. We have challenges. And sometimes the environment is difficult. Very difficult. But we have to choose a path. We have to decide which way we want to go. And Bishop said something. We're all going to die someday. So we shouldn't live our lives just trying to make money. My parents built schools, churches, many things that run today that we don't even benefit from. We don't even take money out of it. We have schools that have thousands of children. We reinvest the money back. We have churches. We have all kinds of things. And we have our businesses. One day, everybody is going to die, right? The question is, what impact would we have made? If we learn the basic principles of life, we can build on the complexity of business systems so we can survive. And with faith, with our Christian principles, with character, with ethics, we're knowing the way that we want to make money. It's not every way that you want to make money. Money is easy to make. But how do you want to make money? What makes you happy? You have to wake up being fulfilled and happy about the way that you want to make money. Some people will make money, they'll break several laws, and they'll go to prison. Or they do something stupid. As you go through that shadow, valley of the shadow of death, there are many evil people, make up stories, who do all kinds of things. What's going to protect you is your integrity. It's your systems. It's your processes. So if people start a whispering campaign, if people start rumor mongering, if people defame your character, people will say, oh, Archbishop wouldn't do that. And your systems and processes, compliance, governance, and so on, the things that make a business last through tough times, will defend you. Thank you very much.
One more time. Mr. Moses Baden Jr. on navigating tough economic times. Amazing nuggets. Mr. Moses Baden Jr., before you take your seats, as was done for your colleague, we invite you to please receive these gifts.
So much, Mr. Baden. Thank you so much. Really, this is exactly what we envisioned for your session. Many people get frustrated with the uncertainties in our business environment and in our general lives in Ghana. But you're an example of someone who started small. When I was telling Abner your own version of Bill Gates in Ghana, you started small and you have seen it through the decades, and you're still here. You're expanding. You've gone global, and you've shared very important and pertinent lessons with us, wisdom with us. And so we just want to thank you on behalf of Papa, Lady Rosa, the Executive Council, the Kingdom Business Forum, and everyone here for taking time off your busy schedule. He had to be somewhere very important this morning, and he still agreed to come and speak to us before he left. So thank you. And we just want to appreciate you with a token that makes you remember us, and hopefully we'll get to see you again soon at these meetings. Thank you.
One more time, Mr. Moses Baden Jr. And if you just joined us here at the Prayer Cathedral or online, you have made it to the inaugural Business Breakfast Series of the Kingdom Business Forum, a proud initiative of the Archbishop, His Eminence Nicholas Duncan-Williams, and Lady Rosa as part of equipping the saints. This morning's edition is on building prosperity, or building for posterity, I beg your pardon. It is both topical and very relevant given the times we live in, and I trust that you joining us here will be edified greatly. Just gone by was a great talk on navigating tough times by Mr. Moses Baden Jr., the chair of the Margins Group. Common themes run through his theme together with that of Mr. Shun. They talk about the fact that character is important, vision is key, purpose, integrity, and all that. But I believe it calls us to one thing or three things: anticipate, analyze, and act. Which is why we are poised to go into the next stage of today's engagement, where we get to have a discussion on a very important topic. It's on capital. For the next 1 hour, we want to engage the thoughts of the following persons who would walk us through accessing capital. Would you please welcome our panelists as they take their place on stage? Managing Director, EcoBank Ghana PLC and Regional Executive for Anglophone West Africa of the EcoBank Group, Mrs. Abna Osei Poku. She's joined by an international management consultant and entrepreneur, Mr. Martin Mensah. We make welcome a senior consultant of the Ghana Investment Support Program, Mr. David Felicia Tete. Let's also receive Chief Investment Officer of Third Way Capital, Mr. Kwabena Usuaji. And to moderate this conversation on accessing capital is the CEO and founder of the JA Group. Big welcome, Mr. Jude Ado. Moderator, you and your esteemed panelists have 1 hour. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Jerry. And I'd like to welcome everyone to this Kingdom Business Forum maiden edition, as well as to my very esteemed panelists. I think what we're going to do to begin with is just start with a round of introductions very briefly. We have some accomplished panelists amongst us, and in the interest of time, I'm not trying to butcher your CVs, but I think it's very important that we acknowledge all your accomplishments. So I'm going to start with Abna Poku, who is an accomplished Pan-African business leader with extensive boardroom experience. She's the managing director of EcoBank Ghana PLC and regional executive for Anglophone West Africa. She has led successful transitions for ABSA, Ghana, and Barclays, and she's won more awards than we can count, including Marketing Woman of the Year, CIMG 2022. She has over 29 years of experience in risk management, corporate governance, strategy, change management across top banking institutions, and her boardroom experience spans telecoms, banking, commerce, hospitality, etc., etc. Very, very illustrious career. Thank you for being with us, Abna. Next, we have Mr. Martin Mensah. He's a management professional with over 30 years experience in strategy, leadership, innovation, and brand building. His academic credentials span electrical and electronic engineering degrees from the University of Bath and an MBA and a diploma in management from Imperial College of London. He was once ranked number 3 on the PwC list of Ghana's most respected CEOs, with a strong history of developing, growing, and transforming companies in Africa. An incredible boardroom resume as well, and he sits on the boards of non-for-profit organizations including Zawadi Foundation and others, and he is a partner and management consultant firm founded over 15 years ago, most notably, and serves on the investment committee of a Ghanaian multi-sector venture capital fund. So let's make welcome Mr. Martin Mensah. Thank you for being with us. And then we have Mr. David Ganashe Tete. He's a senior consultant to the Ghana Investment Support Program, specializing in investment banking, fund management, securities trading, fintech, and market development. He's the CEO and founder of Bargain Holdings Limited, with diverse holdings in financial services, agribusiness, energy, and technology. David has over 20 years experience in West African capital markets, and he's led several equity and debt capital raising transactions across banking, insurance, agribusiness, and real estate sectors. He holds an executive education certificate from Oxford University Said Business School and an MBA from the University of Ghana Business School. So thank you for being with us, David. Next, we have my dear friend Kwabena Usuaji. He's the managing partner and chief investment officer of Third Way Capital, focusing on Africa-focused venture investments for SMEs. He has over 15 years experience in finance and business growth, strategies across multiple industries and geographies, including roles at General Electric. He leads due diligence and investment appraisal for significant funds, including a 20 million investment into a Ghanaian oil and gas services fund, and a 10 million Ghana-focused SME fund at ACI Investment Company. He's committed to social impact, and he's an advisory board member of Zawani, a non-profit organization based in South Africa, focused on equipping and partnering the Christian business community in Africa for meaningful marketplace engagement. Shall we make welcome Kwabena Usuaji. this has been a very enriching experience for me so far, and it's actually a full circle moment already because the speaker who just left, Mr. Moses Baden, I wish he was still sitting here to get his flowers, but he gave me my first internship almost 20 years ago at Margins Group. He gave me $3,000 when I was going to university in the States, and then the reason why it's a full circle moment is that he came to open up the regional headquarters of my business JA group in Ghana just in December, just gone. So please, in absentia, let's give him his flowers. He's a great man. So this panel is focused on access to capital. It's a very thorny subject. Capital can either drive change or hinder progress in business, and access to capital remains a key constraint to startup and growth prospects of businesses in Ghana, with even bigger hurdles for specific segments of private sectors such as women-owned businesses and youth-owned businesses. So I think we've assembled the best panel we could find anywhere on the subcontinent to talk about this. And I want to start with Abena, if that's okay. So let's start by addressing the elephant in the room. It's notoriously difficult to get access to good quality financing in Ghana. And if it's not a supply issue in terms of the ability to access it, it's probably a quality issue in terms of the rates that are being demanded by the banks. Anecdotally, I just had a bank in my office trying to offer us vehicle financing on the city at rates in the 30s in terms of annual interest rates. Komla tells me I'm lucky. He didn't hear that. He doesn't have the mic. So, Abna, why are we here, and what does it take, in your opinion, to get us away from this sort of high interest rate and access to capital trap?
Thank you very much, Jude. But before I start, I just want to acknowledge the presence of the Archbishop Duncan-Williams and Lady Rosa and say a big thank you for this opportunity. I think for me as well, it was actually at Action Chapel during Jericho Hour, some over 20 or 25 years ago, when Bishop James called me, "You, come. I remember where I was standing, in the main auditorium. And then he prophesied and said, I was going to make the front pages and that I was going to be great, not just in Ghana, but on the continent. So Bishop, whilst you are not here, I think coming here today, I have a family funeral, and I was telling Elsie, but I didn't tell her this part of the story. One, I can't say no to Elsie. And two, I thought it was the right opportunity to publicly testify of God's goodness, especially because the prophecy initially came from here. So with that, and sorry I had to use part of my time for this, but I thought it was absolutely important and critical that I did. So back to the question on the high cost of credit, really. Over the last couple of years, many economies, globally, have seen elevated inflationary pressures. We all know what's happened on the back of the oil prices and the global demand shocks. Again, the supply chain disruptions following the COVID pandemic, but also the geopolitical instability that we're all seeing, plus the Russia-Ukraine war, and very recently, the unrest in the Middle East. So all of this has led to a lot of inflationary pressure. So for us in Ghana, I think it hasn't been any different, right? We've seen our currency depreciate, against the major international or world currencies. And all of this has fueled inflation. When I was doing a bit of research, I realized that I think it was either December 22, where we had the highest inflation, close to 55%. And also by February 23, we had interest rates soaring around 35%. What typically then happens is, in an attempt to curb that, the government, and I'm using government here to mean central government and the regulator interchangeably, knowing that my regulator is also here, so I have to be cautious. So then had to increase, interest as a way of curbing the inflation. But we all know that once you do that, then it also has a pass-through effect on the cost of borrowing. Okay, so the primary reason to start off with will be the fact that we have had economic challenges. I think that the good news is that thankfully both inflation and interest rates are trending downwards, right? So Treasury bill rates are now between 25 and 27%. Inflation at the last count has also come under 26%. Remember, it soared to the 50s. So with that alone, we'll begin to see that rates will trend downwards. Again, for banks, what we typically do is we take people's money and then we give out money, but we benchmark the interest rates we pass on to the prevailing interest rates, right? So let's say we have what we call the GRR, but it really is a gross reference rate and it's linked to the Treasury bill rate. So once we begin to see those rates fall, we would also do same. Apart from that, we add what we call the risk premium, rate to reflect the cost of doing business. And additionally, we also look at the credit risk profile of customers, so depending on either the individual or the business's risk profile, obviously the margin that we add on would be much higher, so that is really the reason why we have this issue. I think you asked how we fix it. So to fix it, again, the first will be improving the fundamentals of the economy, which I've already spoken about. And I said they were trending downwards. So that really is a good sign. I think government and the regulator are projecting that inflation should move to 15 plus or minus 2, by actually 13 plus or minus 2. So between 13 and 17, by end of the year. But they still have a target for that to be between 6 and 10 by end of 2025, as well. The second one for me will be deliberate policy initiatives that the government will put in place or interventions to reduce, either inflation, the reference rate, or Treasury bill rates. Very recently, we've seen some of that happen, and whilst perhaps from a banking perspective may not be exciting, I think if you're looking at it from a wider national perspective, then that would definitely force, banks to lend, and would begin to see that the cost of borrowing would also reduce. The third for me would be strengthening the credit reference bureaus. We have a few, but the data, isn't always accurate. So the better that data becomes, the easier it would be. So if Martin and I go to a bank to get credit, and there's absolute, clarity that his credit scoring is higher than mine, then definitely he's going to get a better rate than I would. But we don't have all of that now. So then we begin to have more generic rates applicable to most people as well. Then one other one would be leveraging partnership schemes, right? So there are a number of development financial institutions that partner with banks. And these ones typically have what we call patient capital, or capital that, they're not looking for short-term, returns. So they are able to give more concessionary rates. So when banks partner with them, we were also able to reduce, as it were, the total cost of borrowing. And then finally, maybe I'll speak about the targeted schemes that we even have in Ghana. So if you look at, let's say, the agricultural sector, which definitely government is trying to promote, there's GESAL. So if you have an agricultural business, you are trying to borrow to support agric, GESAL works with several banks, and you would have a reduced interest rate because they give the banks a guarantee. So these are some of the ways that we can fix it. First and foremost is improvement in the macroeconomy. Second would be deliberate interventions, by policymakers. The third would be leveraging some of these partnerships as well. I think one that just comes to mind now would also be, especially just reminiscing on what Moses said. If we are able to fully integrate the Ghana card in such a way that it is used in all statutory processes, then it also will enhance the tracking of delinquent customers. So that would also differentiate, how, again, Martin and I, will be viewed by the bank. So these are some of the reasons why we have the challenge and some of the reasons how we can fix them. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Abna. That's a brilliant answer. You mentioned something about credit and credit applications and credit profiles of borrowers that I want to pick up on in a few minutes. But I want to move to Martin very quickly. We have several different businesses and entrepreneurs and startups and, at various levels of their maturity journey. And you have had a very successful career running businesses. Presumably, you've gone through various funding cycles. I'd like to pick your brain on some of the most effective strategies to becoming backable and bankable from a financing perspective. What have you found in your experience has been the most proven strategies for success in raising capital?
Thanks, Jude, and thanks to everybody for having us and coming to this program. Let me step back and start by trying to describe the environment a bit differently from how Abna described it. And I will be looking mainly at things from the demand side. So from where the entrepreneur sits, how do you go about looking at the access to capital question? And I've been fortunate to work with many reasonably and some quite successful businesses, early stage that have grown into quite significant businesses. And I'll say a few things. Number one thing that's common to all the people I've worked with, and if you listen to Moses' story, I think you'll find the same characteristic, is that at the early stage of business, it's almost impossible to access funding. I mean, that every entrepreneur will tell you that. I would say for the first 5 years, you probably can't access. And I've now touched on some of the reasons. I would even not advise you because you can't afford it at that stage. But this is a very critical question. The question we are deliberating on is very critical. Why? Some data indicates that 75% of jobs that exist in Africa exist in the SME space. Yeah? They reckon that there are about 44 million SMEs on the continent. And the majority of them are actually not SMEs, they're actually micro. So micro MSMEs. So they're even smaller than SMEs. So, barriers to capital access really it's the same thing as talking about barriers to poverty reduction and economic growth. And then we get to the issue of wealth creation. But at each stage of a business's life cycle, there are ways in which you can make progress to the next stage. What we find is that our mindset is part of the problem. When people start business, you go to any forum and say, SMEs, tell us what you think you need to grow your business. The first thing they'll say to you is capital. And by that very statement, they are canceling themselves out. Because you're saying that whilst I am not ready, whilst I cannot absorb and manage, whilst I cannot recycle the funds I'm going to receive, I need money. And nobody will give you the money. And so the answer to your question, Jude, really is about how does business or how does an SME set itself up to grow itself through the early stage to the point where you can access money. The mindset I talked about, when an entrepreneur approaches a funder, a potential financier, there are two things that characterize it. One is a sense of entitlement to the money. I have a business, I have an idea, it's going to be big one day, you should fund me now. The truth is, do we actually understand what that financier actually exists to do? And again, I'll go back to Moses' story. Those of you who are paying attention, when he talks about his approach to the Swiss partner that he had, he went there with the mind of what he can do for the guy. You will take your products and take them across Africa. And now, it doesn't work in all instances, but at a stage where you're not even able to approach banks because you don't have the track record, that value proposition, that idea that, yes, I'm in need, but my need shouldn't precede the approach I'm making. The proposition, the value that I will give to whoever I'm talking to, whether it's a supplier for credit, whether it's a potential partner, whether it's a potential angel investor, patient capital source. The mindset and the pitch must be very much focused on the value that you are creating for that person. So Sheun was here, sits on 1.4 trillion AUM. We were talking yesterday for a couple of hours. Everybody he meets, even when he's on holiday, who hears about him, thinks that the man has 1.4 trillion and a few 100,000 shouldn't worry him, so he should give it to me. Yesterday I was with him and the queue of people waiting to see him. I said, Sheun, next time you're coming to Ghana, don't tell anybody. You have peace of mind. So what am I saying? What is the strategy? First of all, what is the concept that you are proposing to whoever you're asking to back? And I was telling Madame earlier this morning that our business concepts are survival businesses. And when we talk about SMEs, we talk about there are no jobs in the public sector. So set up a business to feed yourself and to look after your family. It's okay. That's what the majority of SMEs would be anyway. But that shouldn't take away from the need to create a concept that is viable, a concept that is unique, a concept that reflects the many, many opportunities that exist in Africa. What we do typically is we copy. When I came back to Ghana many years ago, it was the era of, and I use this example all the time, it was the era of comm centers. Those of you who are old enough to remember. Everybody you spoke to was opening a comm center. Oh, I'm just going to open a comm center and they'll buy a fax machine and a photocopier. I mean, what's the differentiation? What's the opportunity to create something big? And I'll just say this. Every major change in the business landscape occurs only once. So you won't get 10 margins, you'll get 1 margins. You won't get 12 apples, you'll get 1 apple. And that mindset that, look, I should approach the concept from the point of view of, I'm about to make a seminal change in the landscape. The finances understand that, and they will be attracted by that. But when you're doing it, what everybody else is doing, it's even more difficult to get money. So the concept is important. I think all the speakers have said this, your own commitment to the idea. And this is very important in this generation of the gig economy. You set up a business, you have a full-time job, and you have a little sort of bakery on the side. You can't create the world's beating bakery as a side gig. And the person who's you're asking for money is going to look you in the eye and say to you, so what are you spending the 24, how are you going to break up 24 hours between that thing you're asking me to back and the job you do 24/7? So your own commitment is important. And commitment cascades down into your execution, the investments you make in yourself and how you grow yourself. And then your ability to communicate. It's one of those key things. If you listen to everybody who's spoken today, and I think you'll find it's a common trait of people who have risen to the top, they are very effective communicators. It's not about flowery English or stringing long sentences. It's about the ability to get to the core concepts quickly, precisely, and clearly. I'm sure you've all heard about this thing of an elevator pitch. You are stuck in an elevator with somebody who, like Sheun, you get into a lift with the Sheun, he's going to get off on the 6th floor at Kempinski. How do you get him to pay attention to you in that short elevator ride? And that's the clarity of communication. And it's the same communication that energizes your stakeholders, your network. Again, Moses' story. Why was he voted the 3rd most popular CEO? He was communicating. He was engaging. So those are important principles. And then your own capacity. Build capacity. Don't do a business. You say you want to do a bakery, and I ask you about yeast and how yeast raises flour, and then you have no idea. So I've got a baker and I'll get him to do it. You are not committed to your business enough for me to back you. And then the one that cuts across everything is character. Character stands the test of time. And I feel sorry for people like Abner. Of the 100 people that walk into the bank to ask for money, 99 are criminals. They are trying to take your money and do a runner. So she has no choice but to put the one common hard filter for everybody. So the one good guy who's trying to get through, faces The challenge is that the 99 that are designed to block the 99 from getting through. And so character will start, you have to be patient. Character will come out over time, and that will then turn into capital that you can take everywhere. I hope that sort of addresses.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Martin. Thank you. David, you've been an investor. You have a holding company, diversified investment portfolio. Can you tell us a bit about some of the key factors that influence your decision making when it comes to investing in a business? So there are many businesses represented here. What influences you? What are you looking for?
Okay, thank you, Jude. And let me stand on all the protocols that have been observed already, and all the people that thank you for having us. I've been most of my life an intermediary, okay, and it's an interesting one. I sit in between the people who have money, the banks, the PE people who are looking to invest, and then SMEs. Okay, so you hear the perspectives of both sides. And Martin's last point was very, very, spot on. It's not everybody who is looking for money to do business, put it in a business, run a model, and generate a profit. Most people are looking for money to spend, to fund their lifestyles. And that's the reality, right? So you've got to take your time and understand and find people who know what they are doing. In times past, I used to run an SME clinic. And the best learning for entrepreneurs who are looking for money and asking, why am I not getting money, is to flip the coin. So I split the groups into two: SMEs, entrepreneurs. So those on the right side, you are the ones who have money now. And those on the left are the ones who are coming to you to look for money. What questions are you going to ask them before you give them the money? Now, when you flip the coin, it's very interesting how the entrepreneurs behave. So, right, ask them the questions why, let them convince you to give them money. And they ask them hard and very tough questions. And most of them, at the end of the day, say, no, they didn't pass. Now, when you finish that, you flip it the other way around. By the time you are done with the exercise, maybe you find two people out of the entrepreneurs in the room who are convinced that they'll give the other entrepreneur money. But here were people who before are complaining that banks don't support us. There's no capital in Ghana. There's no money when you want to do business. But they were not able to answer the basic questions. Right? I think that we look out for people who know how to get things done. That's number one. It is a tough economy. It's a tough environment in the first place. You need to develop the art of getting things done. You would have written a beautiful business model. Actually, somebody would have written it for you most of the time. A business model, you present a business plan. Here's what I'm doing. What have you done before? Right? Is it just something that you've written to come and look for capital? Right? And is it something that you're raising the capital to go and spend? And like I said, most people, that is their lifestyle. And let me cite examples. An ex-SRC president from one of the universities who just graduated, very popular, very known in the university, a little bit arrogant. He comes over, first thing he says, complaining, you people, you banks, you brokers, you don't understand, you don't support young people in this country. He goes on a tirade. So I'm calm, I listen to him. So what do you want to do? He says he wants to establish an airline business. Yes. He's identified the problem. We don't have regional flights. He wants to establish an airline. He thinks it will work. Okay, so after I ask him, so do you know how much, where are you going to lease your planes from? Then the problems start coming. He starts to stutter and he starts to stammer. By the time he's leaving, at least he's calmer. He knows that he has more work to do. So we are not supporting startups. But another time, there's a doctor, specialist colonoscopy from the UK, who comes in and says, look, I want to establish a little hospital here in Ghana. I found a property. I'm looking for money to set it up so I can provide these services. Right? Would you not give him the money? It's also a startup. So there's a big difference. They are startups. They are all startups. But one would definitely attract capital and another would not. So back to the basics. The people who give money look for somebody who can execute. So the business plan is fine. You have a business model. You have a value proposition and you know that I'm offering a product or a service and people are willing to pay for it. That's number one. Have people started paying for the service yet? Right. If people have started paying for it, can we scale? So 3 people, 10 people are paying for it. Can we get 1,000 people to pay for it? 10,000 people? That is the next question. Can we scale? Can you find a team that will execute? Who will be responsible for delivering this business plan? And you know, in this environment, the things you write are very different from when you hit the ground. So how much grit and how much resilience does your team have to execute? Another example, agribusiness company, raise capital, we are processing maize somewhere, in the BA region. We are buying from farmers all the way up in the north. You bring it to the factory, you process, you bring it down south, you sell. Everything is that we'll buy tractors, we'll employ tractor drivers in the area, right? We'll train them, we'll give them licenses, they'll drive in the tractors, they'll harvest. Everything is nice on paper and it starts going well. Guess what? After you train the truck drivers, they all resign and come down south because they now have a license. You will always miss these things from your business plan. So it's not the business plan what you've written. But what do you do as an entrepreneur? How do you turn this around? And if you have a driver that is driving a truck, you cannot get insurance for that truck. So that's a problem. The trucks are sitting now for 3 months, they are not working. You have a bank loan that you need to pay. What should the entrepreneur do? So we look for the grit and the resilience in the people who can be able to withstand these challenges, because executing is tough. But then, of course, knowing what you do means you understand your finances, you understand the economics of your business. I am buying at a price, I'm selling at this price, this is my margin, these are my operational expenses, and this is the profit I expect to make. You should be able to speak to it. Who is your target market? You should be able to speak to, and that's what Martin alluded to. You should be able to express and speak to your business, understand the economics of the business, so that when I'm listening to you, you are infectious. I believe that you can execute. So we are looking for the next Moses. If you show passion and you're young and we feel you can execute, we'll back you. We are looking for the next Martin. Right? If you show the passion, you can speak to, you can speak to the business, you can explain what you are doing. Then you are more likely to get funding. And of course, the ability to put together a team and lead, express the vision, put them together, and get them on board to execute. That is what we are always looking for. Thank you, Jude.
Wonderful. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you, David. Now, Kwabena, we know very well across the globe, typically businesses tend to start with capital, soft loans, grants from friends and family. I can speak for myself. When I was starting my wealth management business, it was my first clients were friends and family. Now, for those who don't have a network, a close network around them, like friends and family, maybe with the wherewithal to help them start, where do they go?
Okay, good question. And again, thank you for the opportunity to be here and share. But before I share, I want to just take a second to, if you will, lay a theological foundation or basis for my view and Third Way Capital's view with respect to accessing capital and why we do what we do and why we invest in SMEs across the continent. So in Mark 12, the Pharisees come to Jesus and they ask him whether or not they should pay taxes. And he answers the question by saying, well, whose image do you see on the coin? And they say Caesar. And says, well, if it's Caesar, then give unto Caesar what is Caesar's and give unto God what is God's. In other words, you can both honor Caesar, right, and honor God, right, in the rightful way. Now, in Matthew 6, again, Jesus is speaking and he says, you cannot serve two masters, right? You cannot serve God and mammon. Other translations will say money. So the question one has to ask is, well, what's the difference? Why is it possible to serve, God and Caesar, and yet it is not possible to serve God and mammon or money? Now, could it be, and I theorize that in that text, there is a recognition that money possesses or has in it a power that is far greater than any power that Caesar or any other ruler of this world can have. So if you ask me what the definition is or how we should think about money, the way I think about money is that money is fungible or exchangeable. So it is fungible, countable, storable power. That's what it is. So if you think about let's say that the ruler of a country, so if you're the president of Ghana, your power as presidents do not go beyond the boundaries of Ghana. You can't exchange that power here, or you don't have the same power if you go elsewhere, right? That's not true with money. You can take that money into any other country, and so far as there's a bureau, I suppose, or somebody who's willing to take the currency that you have power there. In much the same way, you can also count it. So the CEO of a company, you're not quite sure how much power you have, right? You have some because you're the CEO, but how much power do you really have? But with money, it's very clear. You either have $1 million worth of it, or you have $10 million worth of it, right? And then finally, it is storable. And so you can decide if you're, let's say, the president of a country, well, guess what? That power does not go beyond the 4 or 8 years you're in power. But if you have billions of dollars, 10, 20, 30 years from now, you still have that power. And so the first thing is, so if you look at money and you say it is fungible, storable, countable power, then as Christians, our viewpoint also has to be, and the way I like to think about it is that power must be intentional about empowering, right? And so the reason why one has power, if you ask me, is because you have power, you have the opportunity to empower. And so many times, and then that brings me to our current economic state. Banks and institutional lenders are not a good source of initial capital or startup capital for businesses that are starting out, right? They are not designed to take, or in our world, we talk about first loss capital, right? Or patient capital. That's not what banks are there to do. And if you think about it, you'll be very concerned if they did that, because the money that's there that they're lending is money that we've worked very, very hard for, and we've gone and stored there. In much the same way, pension funds have to make sure that when we go on retirement and we knock on their door and say, can we have some money, please? There's money in their coffers to pay us. So they're not designed to take those sorts of risks and lend or provide capital to startups and small businesses. So what does that mean? We've chosen to live in a capitalist society where we say, listen, the name of the game and the way this country or this world works is you need money to trade and to live and to do the things that you need to do. Now, can you then imagine how cruel it is if we then deprive people of the opportunity to actually access that sort of capital? And so I know there are many entrepreneurs here who perhaps were looking to me to speak about this from the standpoint of, well, how do you access capital, right? But let's consider this. How do people access capital from you? Right? Because there is a great need that unfortunately our financial system as it currently is structured is not meeting. And so we have to be intentional, particularly in the body of Christ, right? Because as I said, it is how we empower people, it's how we uplift people to make sure that we either through, on our own, but I believe we're perhaps more powerful and we can achieve more if we club together in angel investor groups, if we even just informally as, hey, we are, a group of friends that have made a commitment that, every year we want to put $50,000 to work or put 50,000 cities to work, whatever is workable. But I want us to think about it this way. This is not a nice to do, right? I genuinely believe we're at the point where it is a must do, especially when it's so difficult to access capital from banks and other formal institutions. I don't know if that helps, but if you're asking me the question of how do people then access capital, I'll get a chance to speak to, various initiatives such as one that David works very closely with, the GIP, which is actually making capital available to small and medium-sized businesses. But the truth is, the starting point, when you say the 3 Fs, they say friends, family, and fools will be where you find your initial capital. All right. So really, we have to be intentional and actually encourage. And I'm saying this. I believe every church, right, should actively and seriously consider how do we have a program that even whatever we can afford, bigger churches, smaller churches, how are we enabling businesses, right? And so I'll leave that here for now because I don't want to hog the time. But I'm happy to talk to specific institutions where we can actually access capital. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kapna. I'm sort of scanning the room looking for Jerry. I want a time check. I'm a stickler for time, so I want to make sure. How are we doing on time? Okay, so before we do that, actually, because I want to make sure we have enough time. We haven't gone through half of my questions. Maybe let's start engaging the audience, because I want to make this meaningful for you. But I have a bit of a wild card. I'm going to throw a question to you, and I want you to think about it while I start engaging the audience. And the question I want to throw at you is, 9 out of 10 startups fail, right? And a lot of you, all of you are very successful, and there's a lot of success in the room, but a lot of people who have gone to that place where they are sort of branded as a success story, they've been through a lot of failures. So picking a leaf from Moses' notes about learning how to be vulnerable, I want us to have a vulnerable moment today. And if you can because I think there's a lot more to learn from people's failures than there is to learn from their success. So if you can start thinking about some of your maybe money failures or startup failures or investment failures and lessons you can share about that. And then we'll close off with that, if that's okay, while I turn to the audience for some questions. Are there any questions? We'll start over there.
My name is Maxwell Logan, and my question goes principally to Abner and then to the other panel members. So, my success, if any, has been built brick on mortar, mortar on brick. And wherever I get to, I strive to add on to it. I found myself in a position where I'm an uncle and a mentor to many. A lot of people look up to me, and I tell them that my journey has been one of patience, adding on bit by bit, but knowing where I'm going. But I am always hard put to explaining to them in the intelligent, eloquent, knowledge-based way the speakers have presented today, as to how young people who are striving to go places can be taught the building blocks to develop their ideas, get to a place where, one, they can approach a bank and with attractive proposals that the bank will be willing to finance, that they can approach institutions who have the knowledge base to help them build capital as a foundation to developing world beaters. I need help in that regard.
Thank you very much. We'll take 2 more questions and then we'll...
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ohene Chu. My question is for the gentleman who just spoke, the one in blue. Sorry that I forgot your name. Spoke about the importance of being intentional, empowering. I have the background in architecture, and my company looks to focus primarily in Ghana and Africa. My question is about your advice regarding choosing a specific location, a specific target group, and focusing on them, or diversifying. And the biblical basis of this is the story of Isaac going from Esek to Sitna to Rehoboth and Beersheba and still succeeding. So what is your advice on people looking for access to finance and funding when they have a specific target market and group, or what do you have in terms of diversifying, and how is the benefit for that?
Thank you. One more.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Archbishop Duncan-Williams and Mrs. Duncan-Williams. Thank you to the panel as well, and thank you for inviting me here. I want to pose my question. Actually, before I say that, I'm also a product of benefactor of Action. I also came to Jericho Hour, and by God's grace, doors opened for me. I have been a business banking manager in the UK. for Royal Bank of Scotland. I was the first Black African business banking manager managing 5 areas. So I am definitely a product of action and a benefactor as well. My question is to Abena, Mrs. Abena Osei Opoku. My question to you, I'm asking you this because I'm also an ex-banker, and I see a lot of similarities in us. EcoBank, I'm a member of EcoBank as well, so I'm passionate about everything you do, and I respect and celebrate you. My question to you is, you talked about 5 points, and the 2 that I'm going to focus on is leveraging with partners, and you also talked about partnering with the ID scheme as well. What actions have you physically taken to ensure that you tap into these powers to start giving opportunities, like better credit facilities to even if it's to the 1% that are credible, not only to Ghanaian citizens, but to citizens living abroad who have got excellent credit schemes, like credit facilities that can bring in more wealth into the country. So I have recently done a lot of investment in Ghana, but I find that I'm having to bring in foreign money into the country to invest, and if you don't have that capital, you cannot even tap into the opportunities that are there to let alone grow them at the pace that Ghanaians will benefit. And I see this as an opportunity where EcoBank can really leverage, identify its few percentage, foreign Ghanaians that have got the wealth or investing the money here that you guys can partner with to increase their revenue and to improve on their facilities for local people. So that's my question to you. What opportunities are you, these are great opportunities, what are you doing as EcoBank to leverage these tips that you've given us today? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I believe we had 2 questions for Abena and 1 for Kwabena, and then we'll do another round robin of questions. So I'll start with you.
Thank you very much for the questions. I tried to write them down. So I think the first one had to do with personal financial management. Was that the question? The summary of your question? Yes. Okay. To access funds. Okay. So helping young people to access funds. So I think a number of things. The first is typically most banks or some banks, including the one I work for, we organize what we call ready-to-work sessions, where we typically visit tertiary institutions and then hold, conversations with them around how one transitions from the world of school to the world of work. So this isn't just to work for somebody, but also, the entrepreneurial skills that are needed as well. The second is we also offer a lot of capacity building for free, actually, around how to access capital. I know I heard a lot of the panelists mention the fact that, especially for startups, accessing capital is a challenge, and it's true. Nevertheless, there are opportunities to access capital. So I think I just wanted to mention that. So currently at EcoBank, we also partner with EIB, the European Investment Bank, and support startups for the youth. The only thing is one has to provide about 20% of the collateral, so 80% is pretty much, forgone. So that is also an example of what can be done. The other is there are a number of firms, or DFIs who also we partner with that support young people. One would also be Elevate. So Elevate is a specific program designed for women, regardless of age, right? And what it does is, one, it provides a network, it provides mentoring services, it provides access to capital, and actually provides zero collateral. You don't need collateral to access that as well. And additionally, we try and put you in touch with other people who are successful entrepreneurs, because we have a large client base. So beyond just the mentoring, you get the opportunity to visit their businesses, talk to them, etc. And they provide also, as part of their own corporate social responsibility, assistance, as it were, to help and guide you. So that would be some of the things that we do. I don't know if I've answered your question or if I totally missed the understanding of the question. So I'm actually looking at you to see if there's an element of the question.
young people who are looking up to me for guidance as to how to put themselves in a state of preparation to take the journey. Because I access help for a number of my nephews, and one of the most important lessons that we got from that engagement was that they should time their start. They should put a timeline on when they want to go into private enterprise and start small, and that they should maximize their income, manage their income in a way as to build capital in order to be almost self-financing when they start. But it's a long journey, and I've learned from previously and now that there are a lot of lessons that you need to learn and apply in the long term. So I was looking for some guidance as to what the building blocks should be when you are teaching somebody who is young to embark on the journey.
Thank you. That clarifies the question. So Kwabna would like to chime in. Is that okay? Or Abna, do you have a quick response? Okay, wonderful.
So it's interesting. I lead what we call a connect group for young university students. And in fact, this very week, we were talking about this very subject. And one of the things that I like to share with them, so scripturally, my anchor scripture on this would be Proverbs 22:29, which is, "Seest thou a man that is diligent in their work, they shall appear before kings." So, and asking people to meditate on that, because it's very easy for people want to, accelerate themselves to success. And you're like, well, have you developed any skill, right? Any ability that you're so fine, that is so finely tuned, that you do so well at, that will, put you in front of somebody who will entrust you with capital, who will entrust you with the support or with partnership in order to scale your business, right? The other thing that I often share is something I learned from my previous employers. So this is when I worked at GE Capital. When you join GE Capital, the first thing they tell you is that your success at this company will be dependent on how well you manage your pie, right? And they define pie as the P in pie for performance, the I for image, and the E for exposure. So P being performance, how well you do your work. And they often say, well, with respect to how well you do your work, I expect, an electrician to wire the place properly. I expect the toilet to flush when the plumber is done with their job. So there's no prize for doing your work well. I expect that from you. But what will be the key driver and what will differentiate you is your image and your exposure. And they define image as, how do people see you? If you weren't in the room and we're having a conversation about you, and let's say your name was John, well, people say, oh, John, that very well-mannered, well-spoken, very competent guy, right? Or they'll say something else. Oh, John, that well-dressed person. Or John, oh, that very helpful person. What image are you projecting? And then finally, they talked about your exposure, which is less so you collecting business cards at conferences, right? But do people know you, and do they know you for your image and your performance, right? So in essence, it's who is seeing the work that you're putting out? Who is seeing the quality of your output? Who is seeing your image? And far often people don't, and this is where building a network comes in, right? Over time, you want to put yourself in a position where people are saying, oh, I've seen the work of John, and I've seen I know how he's perceived, and I would like to work with him, or I'd like to give him a call the next time I need somebody to do this, or I want to partner with somebody. So for me, that's been my personal story, and I encourage young people to focus on that, because it's not something you build in the short term. You build it over, consistently performing, consistently putting out the right image, and consistently gaining exposure to people who you can learn from and who can be of help in whatever you're looking to build. I hope that's helpful.
I think that answers it. Could you follow up with the other question that was asked directly at you?
Yes. So with this question, I'm going to attempt it. I think I understand it, but if I don't, please clarify. The question is whether or not to focus on a specific business as you're fundraising or to diversify. Is that correct? Okay. So as a funder myself, and we invest up to $1 million USD in SMEs in Ghana, Kenya, and South Africa, I can tell you that for me, as with most funders, I will never, so help us God, fund a side hustle. Right? That we just won't put money behind someone's side hustle. If I'm taking investors' money and putting in your business, I want to know that rain, sleet, or snow, that is your focus, right? And so if you are looking for external funding, it would be quite concerning. And, through our DD process, if you were to say, look, yeah, I'm doing this, but I'm also doing this, that, and the other, that would certainly be a problem for us as well as many funders that I know. So that's something to consider. Now, if you're talking more broadly, the other thing that I happen to say to people, you would notice, so somebody like, and maybe this is not the best example, but generally you will find that the more successful businesses globally are people that are focused on a single, here's what I'm doing, and over a long period of time developed a level of expertise, a level of mastery in that sphere that you can't challenge it, because they've done more than their 10,000 hours. They've done 100,000 hours in that field. And when people diversify, I've always been curious about Richard Branson, for example, and I'm sorry I'm putting him out there, but it's also like over the last few decades, I remember there was a time where he was lauded as one of the best entrepreneurs there was. And over time, you've seen each and every one of those businesses sort of fizzle out. And I don't want to use one person and make a rule out of him. But I'm just very curious about his experience and what that means. So for me, I would say, at the same time, I understand. They say Accra stay by plan, right? So you find, you do your papa and figure out what you're doing. In this season, right? But to the extent that you have something you believe in, you're skilled at, you genuinely believe it will grow, do your utmost to focus on that and scale that, is what I'd say.
I think Jerry's looking at me. One moment. Let me just allow them to close.
Well, the chair has come to your rescue. We're going to please take 2 more questions and then we'll wrap up.
From the audience?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, are there 2 questions? And then I'll have them close with the question I asked them. Sorry, I noticed you didn't answer the lady's question. Maybe if we can spend a couple of...
Right, okay, thank you. So I think your question was around how we can work with those in their diaspora who have capital. Was that the question? Yes, okay. So we've started some work on diaspora banking, but it's actually very nascent at the moment. So perhaps I'll share my contacts with you and we can pick that up as well. But we started at the moment with the diaspora in America, and we're doing some work with them. But it's actually not they investing, in the country, or rather they're investing not in businesses, but it's more to do with, they wanting to acquire, let's say, property, etc., and wanting the bank to facilitate that process. So currently, once we start raising commercial paper as an example, then it will be easier, to get different people to bring in their own funds, which will be put forward. So we'll have that conversation later. Sorry? On UK, we will, but I think just going back to what Kwabena said, you have to do one at a time. So the plan is to look at the whole diaspora, but you can't do all at the same time. So it is part of the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Abena. We have time for 2 questions and then we'll be closing. Any hands up? Wonderful. Over there.
Thank you. Good morning. Ifako Chairman is my name. Since you're talking about Kingdom Business Forum, I presume that we're talking about the Kingdom of God. So I want to ask, what plan does the church have to raise up its own kingdom financiers? Because when you look at some other religion, like I know, they have what you call 2-year plan, 3-year plan, 10-year plan. For example, they have things like maybe want to raise up 100 doctors this year and send them to strategic hospitals to represent kingdom interest. Want to raise up 1,000 nurses to represent, the same thing in the different mountains, entertainment, media, and all those things. And you see, they're strategic. They don't wait for the people to come to them. They fish out people who literally don't have anything to do, don't have any money. They raise them up, pay their fees from the beginning to the end, send them to schools, the best of the schools. And at the end of the day, these people, they are committed to the church, to their religions, and they can literally die for them. And that's because they have been strategic to see that if we have this plan, we can take over these mountains. So I'm asking, what plan does the church have for the kingdom to raise up strategic people in the different mountains? What plan does the church have? Is my question.
Powerful question. Thank you. One more question and then we'll answer both.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Adute Ado. This question is for young budding entrepreneurs who tick all the boxes of decency, character, what have you. A typical example is a young man from Sefiri or so who ticks all the boxes. What access to capital do they have, especially when most financial institutions are asking for collateral? They don't have the social leverage, they don't have a father or an uncle to help them. What is, in your opinion, the best way for them to access capital with all their brilliant ideas?
Thank you very much, Adute. Martin, can I direct that question to you, the latter one? And I'm just going to step out briefly and have a quick chat about the first question. I'll be back.
Adute, thank you. That's a very difficult question. And you set it up in a way such that there is no good answer to it. So the guy has nothing that qualifies him or her to access funding. How do they go about setting up their business? You can only start with what you have. You can only start with what you have. There have been many, many stories of people who have left circumstances such as you have described and moved themselves into places and into situations where they actually begin a success journey. And so where it is that you don't have collateral, you don't have anything, but you have an idea, you have a viable, bankable idea, I think like Mr. Logan says, you have to learn patience and you have to apply strategy. Where do I need to be to get exposure to the people and the funding that can help me take this concept and build it into a viable business? I'll tell you a quick anecdote which comes from something I was involved in. There was a young man an orphan, who had just sort of found his way to Accra. And he wanted to get into real estate. He went to a contractor and just offered his services as a laborer and began to learn the hard skills of the trade. But he distinguished himself by making the quality of the little things that he did quite unique. In fact, the guy ended up living in one of my houses because we had him do a bit of work. The quality of the work was startling in its exceptionalness, if that's a word. And he's now just graduated from Accra Technical University. He's been working throughout the time he was there, has built enough capital, is asked for support to set up a small construction company. And if I have the money, I certainly will back it. So it's not the question you ask is the impossible question. But if you wait for all the conditions to line up before you make a move, you will never make a move. And I'm saying that you innovate within the constraints of what you have. patience, application, excellence, there will be a breakthrough at some point.
Let me.
Mr. Moderator.
So.
Okay.
Yeah. So hello. I think I mentioned the act of doing, making things happen. So this is my situation. What should I do to make it happen? There are several ways. I have a good idea. I don't have capital. Okay. Can I find employment first? Right. I don't have the capital to start. Let me get employed. Let me go to the rural bank in Sefiri also and start working. Then I can start saving. That's one. Is there an entrepreneur in Sefiri also who is successful? And there are many businesses out there, micro though, but they are successful. They feed their families. Let me go and talk to one of them. How did they start? What are they doing? Let me share my idea with them. Would they help me? So just develop the habit of doing. Don't just sit and say everything is against me. Get up and move. Right? Do you have access to data? Have you gone on LinkedIn? Right? What business mentors have you identified? Send them a message. You never know what response you're going to get. But don't just sit. Get up and do something. Right? Because there are people who have done it.
Mr. Moderator, in quick response to that, Bible says, for the lack of knowledge, there is doom so. But right here, we have light because we have the Ghana Enterprises Agency. Madam Kosi Yankiaye wants to contribute briefly to this.
Wonderful, thank you.
So, good morning to everyone. I just wanted to add to what you were saying. When you talk about kingdom business, I mean, it goes beyond just the business aspect. It also adds to looking at the whole ecosystem and all the stakeholders that supports the work that will drive kingdom business. At the Ghana Enterprises Agency, one of the things we did that government was really pushing was how do we involve faith-based organizations in the work that we do? And many a times I realize, and sorry to be off, but I realize that a lot of the Christian institutions are moving further and further away from government. It's easier for us to criticize what is happening with it. And so when we go around, one of the things we started to do was to write to churches and see if their youth associations or groups could work with us to build it. I realized that a lot of the Christian churches did not jump to it. The Pentecostal church, the Methodist, and the Presbyterian church did an amazing job. And what they did was to really task us to support the youth across the nation. From Sefiri also to Bokum, to Cherepone, to wherever it is. So for lack of knowledge, your people really perish. So at the Ghana Enterprises Agency, we have 3 interventions that focus on the youth. It doesn't matter which region or district that you are. So to answer to the question with regards to Sefiri also, we have programs that specifically target young people who want to start. We give funding from as little as 5,000 cedis to as high as 500,000 cedis to the youth across the nation who want to start their businesses.
Wow, thank you so much for that input. Now we're going to get back to the former question. I want to put a disclaimer. I do not hold brief for this church, so I can't respond on that basis, but Kwabna would love to tackle it from a more general standpoint.
All right. I can't see the lady, but I hope she's still there. So there are 2 ways to answer this. I'll talk about the church global and what the church global is doing and what's happening at that level, at the Africa level, and then we can talk about Ghana as well. So globally, over the last decade or so, there has been a movement that recognizes the need for Christians and faith-based organizations to get involved in getting capital to entrepreneurs across the globe as a way of, yes, both poverty alleviation, but wealth creation, but even just transforming societies. And so one of the organizations that has been at the fore of this is an organization called the Christian Economic Forum. They had their first meeting in Africa. It's a US-based organization, but they had their first meeting in Africa last year in Kigali. and they intend to do so every other year. So that's one of the organizations that's doing that. There's also another organization called FDI, Faith-Driven Investors. So if anyone's interested, you can find this material online. And these are all organizations that my company and myself individually, we are members of. Oh yes, and Jude is a member. In fact, Jude and I'll put Jude on the spot. Jude has been tasked with setting up a Ghana chapter, so we can hold him to that. And then finally, on the African continent, there is a group called Zawani, which I happen to sit on the board of, headquartered in South Africa, that is doing work across the continent. Very, very active in Nigeria, less so in Ghana, but they are starting to make inroads that are intentional about how do we make sure that we're mobilizing capital to invest in businesses that need it. So that's what's happening on the global and Africa level. At the Ghana level, regrettably, I don't think we're having this conversation as often as we should, right? And so I think all of us here in our corners, in our churches, in our small groups and whatever, really need to start to be intentional about having these conversations and saying, what can we do in our small way to start to make sure that we're deploying more and more capital to businesses that will expand the kingdom, right? Now, here's a way to think about it. Even if, and I'm not saying we should invest our money and lose our money, but we have to realize that, if I put, 10,000 cedis into a business and the business goes under, you recognize that lives are still transformed by that 10,000 cedis because that individual takes that 10,000 cedis and goes and buys goods and services from somebody else, who then goes and buys goods and services for somebody else. That all has an impact on, if you will, the movements and and also the velocity of money. And so I think that there is a conversation to be had about that, which my prayer and my hope is that we start to do more of here in Ghana.
Thank you very much, Kwabena. I think we have to close now, so I'm going to ask for some parting thoughts around lessons learned from some of your maybe personal failures. And I'm going to start from this way and end with Abner, if that's okay.
Sure. Very briefly. So, all in all, what I'm saying is more capital needs to move, more capital needs to be deployed. And my prayer is that as Christians, we start to think about that and do a lot more of that. As businesses that are looking for funding, I understand that we're in a tough funding environment. There are pockets of capital. And so if you're intentional, like Abner mentioned, like Martin mentioned, there are DFI programs here and there. There are, people giving grants there, what have you. And you can pick up, $10, $20, $50,000 for your business. I beg you, don't become a grantpreneur, because that's a thing. There are literally businesses that are going from program to program, just collecting grants, so don't become that either. All right, thanks.
Okay, from where I sit, there's a lot of capital actually available, so much looking for businesses to fund. So I see the other problem here. Well, not early stage, but there's a route to go. And even there are a lot of venture capitalists that are coming up. So there's still a lot of capital available for the entrepreneur that wants to do serious business. There is capital available.
We're supposed to be talking about personal failures and being vulnerable, but as you can tell, the trend has started.
Let me quickly say mine. Never ever do business that you don't understand. Personal failures. Never do business that you don't understand.
And I'll link back to that, is when you sit at the table, if something doesn't make sense, call it out. Don't assume that because everybody's nodding, you don't want to look like the guy who doesn't get it. So you say, oh, yeah, good, let's do it. If it doesn't make sense or if it feels wrong, call it out. I've been burnt a few times on that front. But just to tail off with a couple of quick comments, I think a forum such as this has to think about two things and make a decision, because you can't serve two masters. Are we talking at a forum such as this about creating 100,000 micro, small, medium enterprises or 100 large businesses? Because the approaches are quite different. And if you are going to hand out, amounts of money, that will create the bigger number of smaller businesses. And by the way, the overhead of supervising that disbursement, and I see Sheila smiling, the overhead is the same. It's big, it's huge. Or you will focus to an arrowhead and say, I'm picking winners. I think one of the questioners said this, and I'm backing them. And all the things we've talked about, the principles we talked about, we will build them. And Abna talks about technical assistance, which is very, very free, but costs somebody money. It's as good as capital that's being deployed in your direction. How do we, as a faith-based organization, utilize the knowledge, the experience that we have, channel it so it becomes part of the investment into what could be a stable of great, successful companies? They might create just as many jobs as 1,000 small ones. And then I like talking about research, because the most frustrating thing about this continent, this dear continent of ours, is that there's such a shortage, a lack of quality insight and research. And Max, the young ones have the tools to do research, to find things out. And so I'd encourage them to do as much of that as possible. And even at our level, let's back research-based entities to give us the information, the data that we need to make good decisions. Thank you.
Hello. So 2 quick ones for me. I think lessons from a personal failure, for me the biggest one is resilience, right? So if you are, because we are talking about access to capital, if you haven't been able to access capital, or perhaps your business took a downturn, it's not the end of the world. You try again. You put in your best efforts. Even though I don't own a business, I think the journey that I've been on, I have to be entrepreneurial to be able to get there. You get lots of no's, but you continue, you persevere. So for me, one no just means you have to just go back, think through, how can I improve? Is it about packaging what I said? Do I understand the business well? Do I need more knowledge? Should I partner with somebody else? So for me, the biggest one would be resilient. That you felt as if you're going to stay on the ground. You just bounce back and then you continue the journey. The second one for me is, the whole conversation around, what is the church doing? For me, this is what the church is doing. Because the church has organized for a number of people who perhaps are not direct members of this particular church to be here on a Saturday morning. So for me, this is excellent. I personally have taken advantage of such seminars in my own personal and career growth. Support from the church for us to build the kingdom isn't just giving money out to us. This for me is one of the biggest supports. Thank you.
Your hands together one more time for the amazing panelists and moderator. We want to say a very big thank you to you, Madam Abna Osei-Poku, MD of EcoBank Ghana, Mr. Martin Mensah, International Management Consultant and Entrepreneur, Mr. David Ganeshatete, Senior Consultant, Ghana Investment Support Program, and Mr. Kwabna Owusueji, Chief Investment Officer, Third Way Capital. Please, the moderator, Mr. Jude Addo, CEO and founder of the GA Group. We want to say thank you in a very special way, and so I ask that Mr. Moderator, if you be kind as to present and this is to you, Kwabna. Mr. Martin Mensah. And finally to Mrs. Abna Osei-Poku. together for a group photograph. Madam Chair, would you please take a place in the middle? Ladies and gentlemen, we've sent a little something to your phone. If you look on your screen, you'll see that there's a new app. We've just developed it today. It's a black box with a hole in the middle. Can you see it? I'm kidding, it's your camera. Just turn it on. I want you to take a selfie of yourself. Or let's do we've been sitting for some time. Can we please rise? Let's do something special right now, please. A little energy is needed. Could you please turn around with your back facing the stage? Let's make sure we capture the backdrop. Let's do something special right now. When I say KBF, ladies and gentlemen, can we please turn around with our backs facing the backdrop? All right. So when I say KBF, we say building for posterity. Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay, so for the first one, KBF, building for posterity. For the second one, KBF, we say what? Iron sharpens iron. Are we ready? So let's go. KBF. You need free SHS. KBF. And then the next one, KBF, iron sharpens iron. Shall we take it again? KBF. KBF. Please select the best out of the two. Let's post them right now and let's inform everybody that's happening right here. A proud initiative of our father and mother, His Eminence the Archbishop and Lady Rosa, to equip the saints in building for posterity. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Quickly, we want to move to the next session, but I'm pleased to inform you that we have tea, we have coffee, we still have some very good brunch. If you feel led, just go obtain something and come back to your table. Let's proceed and let everything proceed on time, on point, and on message. All right, so in 3, 2, 1, humbly I ask that we all be seated. Thank you very much. If you're ready for us, I ask that you please be seated. If you're grabbing coffee, if you're grabbing tea, please be quick. If you need to use the bathroom, please. Coming up is a riveting conversation on starting and growing SMEs in Ghana, the challenges and opportunities. You've heard of the numerous possibilities from the Ghana Enterprises Agency. They'll be on the panel together with the registrar of companies. Okay, time is up, please be seated, time is up. Thank you. Let's please be seated. Thank you very much. Please be seated. We're still writing some names of talkatives. Please be seated. All right. Let's turn down the music. Thank you very much. Dearly beloved, please be seated. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We want to get interactive with our online audience. Please post your comments, your questions, your suggestions. We'll be glad to read them out to the entire house. For now, pleasure is mine to invite for the next panel on starting and growing SMEs in Ghana, the challenges and opportunities. Make welcome the panelists, the Registrar of the Office of the Registrar of Companies, Madam Jemima Owari. Round of applause as she comes. She's joined by the Chief Executive Officer of Wangara Green Venture Fund, Mr. Ebenezer Arthur. They too are joined by Director, Global Tax and Legal Services Leader and a tax leader at PwC Ghana, Madam Aisha Bedwe Ibe. The CEO of the Ghana Enterprises Agency, Mrs. Kosi Yankee Ayer, joins the panel. A round of applause. All is set for our panelists. Mr. Samuel Amano, the FinTech and Innovation Founder. The moderator is a Senior Trader, Fixed Income, Currencies and Commodities at Ecobank Ghana PLC, Minister Zainab Aysen.
Thank you for the opportunity to be seated with these wonderful people. I want to say thank you to His Eminence Archbishop Nicholas Duncan-Williams, to Lady Rosa Whittaker Duncan-Williams. It's been awesome already, and we're going to add more. Is the icing to the cake, but it's not just going to be icing. This is valuable icing, something that is good for our businesses. Amen. So the panel has already been introduced, but I'm going to read something about each and every one of us. Everyone seated here has a wealth of experience, and they come with that wealth of experience to impact kingdom-minded people like us here to listen. So to start with, I'm going to introduce Mr. Mano, Mr. Samuel Mano, who's seated at the beginning. There's one more person will be joining us soon. Okay, so the Registrar of Companies is coming up, Mrs. Jemima Owari. So let's give her a round of applause. If you haven't done so already, you can kindly scan the QR code on your table. That will give you the bios of all the speakers, and you should read them. The bios are rich and in-depth, so read the bios, but I'll try and do justice with a summary of who you are. I know you're much more than what I would say, but I just want to read a little part of the bio. So I start with Mrs. Jemima Owari. She's a barrister at law and Registrar of Companies for the Office of the Registrar of Companies. It's been hived off of the Registrar General's Department. She is the official liquidator of distressed companies and regulator of insolvency practitioners. She's a daughter of the Archbishop, a member of Action Chapel International. She's a counselor in this church, and she belongs to the counseling department. Shall we give her a round of applause? Seated next to Mrs. Owari is Mr. Samuel Amano. He's a visionary leader in the data and financial technology industry. He hails from Ghana. He's a child of the soil. He's the CEO of Blue Space Africa Technologies. He's also the CEO of Blue Space Financial Cloud and Blue Space Innovation Hub. He occupies leadership roles in Ghana FinTech and Payments Association, Ghana CEO Network on digital transformation, African FinTech Network, and other tech associations. So for those of us in tech, in fact, we all should be in tech now. The world is driving, tech is driving the world now. So Mr. Mano, you're welcome to the panel. Next to Mr. Mano is Mrs. Aisha Bedwe Ibe. She's a tax leader for PwC Ghana, the tax and regulator leader for PwC's West Market region, and she's the PwC Global Tax and Legal Services People Leader. Aisha has over 23 years experience in finance and accounting. She's also a co-pastor of the Revelation Church, a thriving Christian organization with an apostolic mandate to bring Christ to the nations. She's also the convener of the Revelation Women's Movement. She is an all-encompassing woman. Shall we give her a round of applause? Next to Aisha is Mrs. Kosi Nkiwaya Nkiaye. She's the first person and woman to lead the Ghana Enterprises Association, an agency under the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Her mandate is to strengthen and grow entrepreneurs and micro, small, and medium enterprises in Ghana. So you see, she contributed so well to the other session we just had. That's her area. She has over 19 years experience spanning the USA, Europe, West Africa. She started her career as an investment banker on Wall Street. She serves on various boards, including the Venture Capital Trust Fund. Shall we give her a round of applause as well? And then finally, we have, who's head of green? We have the green man here with us, although he's not in green. We have Mr. Ebenezer Arthur. He's the founder and CEO of Wangara Green Ventures, an impact investment company in Ghana. Wangara aims to catalyze the growth of the green economy in Africa, starting with Ghana, by providing green startups and SMEs with patient capital and technical assistance for their growth. He also serves on the Business Development Committee of the Canada Forum for Impact Investing and International Development. Shall we give it up for him too? Okay, so we're going to go into our questions now. And I'm privileged to ask these questions, and I know we'll get the best answers we can. And trust me, get your pens and your papers ready. Those of us with iPads and phones, please start typing now. Get your questions ready. There'll be a segment for questions. So get your questions ready so we can take them when it's time to do that. The session is on starting and growing SMEs in Ghana, challenges and opportunities, but we'll expand it to the whole of Africa, all right? So as the answers are coming in, they'll be tuned to West Africa, Africa, and in fact globally, because all these people have the expertise in that area. So I want to start with Mrs. Owari. Before you can start a business anywhere in the world, you need to register it. And we do have the Registrar General seated amongst us here. Now, my first question to you, Mrs. Owari, is how do you register a business? There are various forms of businesses. We have the limited liability, we have sole proprietorship, partnerships, but most of us just know company. What do you need to register a business, and what types of businesses do you think, are available to be registered in Ghana? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank Archbishop, Lady Rosa, and the chairman of this summit for giving me the privilege to be on this platform, to give the information that I'll be giving out. Now, there are different types of business, as you said, and it looks like everybody gets up and says, I want to register a company. But you don't need to start off with a company. You can start off with a business name, which is like wholly owned by you, a one-man business. And that one is not very difficult to register. It's just going to cost you about 100 Ghana cedis. You need a name, you need objects, you need where you'll be doing the business from. That's all. Very, very simple. You can register. But most people have registered companies on our database and don't even know the requirements of keeping the business or the company, active on the register. For a company, it's more complicated. You need a name, of course. You need directors. You need a shareholder. You need auditors. You need a company secretary or a secretary. There are strict requirements. You're supposed to be filing returns and at the end of the year, and many people don't bother. And so we have over 1 million companies on the register that have never bothered to file any financial statements or annual returns. So that's more complicated. You have partnerships. 2 to 20 people can come together. It's another way of having an incorporated body without necessarily being a company. And the partners can contribute to the day-to-day running of the partnership. You don't need to file annual returns when you have a partnership. You just renew. It also lives on long after the partners, have started. With a business, and when you die, the business name dies with you, which is sometimes a disadvantage. So you have all these 3 types. And so don't just get up, investigate and find out what exactly do you want to do, what type of business do you want to register before you come to our office to register, because you end up with a company when you don't really need a company. The business name can grow in time, and then you can convert it. You can always convert from a business name to a limited liability company. But start off as an SME, start off small, and then grow the business. I believe that's far better.
Okay. Just to put some color to that, the business name is what we typically will call the sole proprietorship, right? Yes. So that's a sole proprietorship, one-man business. So it's you are the company, and the liability is all on you, right? Yes. Okay. So just a follow-up to what you said about the limited liabilities. Recently, we've heard about corporate beneficial ownership disclosures and the like, where the directors of every business, a limited liability business particularly, must file information about themselves, what they own, who they are, who their mother is, who their grandmother is, and all of that. And my question is, what happens to the corporate veil? Typically, when we were in school, I did economics in school, and what I learned was when you register a limited liability company, every liability, every loss, whatever it is, stays with the company, and you are distinct from the company. But with the beneficial ownership, the introduction of the beneficial ownership requirements, what does it mean for limited liability companies?
Well, the beneficial ownership information started far back in 2021, where Ghana signed on to it, that will now disclose who are the real ultimate owners behind the company. What was happening was people will be fronting for companies, and there'll be terrorist financing, illicit money flows, and also you would just have possibly a child or a wife or somebody fronting for somebody who is operating in a sector that you need to disclose who that person is. For instance, a politically exposed person. You are working in the mining sector. You put your child or your wife as the director, and you are the ultimate owner, and you have access to information in that particular ministry, and you'll be signing contracts, and you'll be the one benefiting from it. So the beneficial ownership regime is really to bring transparency in business operations and to find out who you are really doing business with. The corporate veil is a completely different thing. A company that is a limited liability company, your liability is limited to whatever investment you put in the company. You will only be called upon to pay up for your shares if you do not pay right from the onset. You cannot be asked to pay for the debts of a company when it's going under, because that's why it's a limited liability company. The company is separate from its directors and shareholders. But that doesn't mean that as a director, you can sit in there, misuse the funds of the company, fraudulently, use it for yourself, and say that because there is a limited liability company, the corporate veil will not be lifted. It will be lifted by the courts if there is enough evidence to show that you misappropriated these funds and fraudulently used it on your own self. Yes. So it's there. The corporate veil is there, but in reality, it will not be used all the time unless there's a reason for that to be done. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. So I just want to go, I'm going to go into tax. Tax and companies go together, isn't it? So, Mrs. Ebane, now I just want to ask this question. We're all Christians here, and there's ethical business and there's survival. Christians are supposed to run their businesses with Christ-like values. And that is what Kingdom Business Forum is all about. Incorporating Christ-like virtues in our businesses. But there are times where taxes can be burdensome. And your company may not be doing too well. Yet, I don't know if it's in other regimes, I have to do some research on that. But in Ghana, you're supposed to pay up your taxes before you actually earn the taxes. It's called the tax assessment, the self-assessment, tax assessment. You assess what your business intends to do in the next quarter, and you pay up. We all also know that sometimes the tax companies do not refund cash. You've pledged that my company is going to make $1 million this quarter. Amen to that. Whoever is believing for $1 million, yes. $1 million this quarter, so I pay a percentage of that beforehand. I ended up making $500,000. What happens to that cash? The GRA will not pay me back that money. They would probably give it in future, there's a word for that. It's held up in your next annual returns. How do we navigate all of that? Do we now, as Christians, undercut what we make? Or underestimate what we make? Or we bring down our faith? How do we avoid evading taxes, undercutting invoices, and all that murky stuff that goes with the business survival and the tax regime?
All right, thank you very much for the question, Zaina, and thank you to the leadership of this church for the opportunity to be here and for inviting me to be part of this panel. So maybe I'll start with a scripture. The Bible says that for lack of knowledge, my people perish. Throughout my career as a tax specialist, apart from the clients I represent at PwC, I've also spoken at many forums like this and interacted with small and medium-sized businesses across many sectors. And the common theme that runs through a lot of these meetings or interactions, particularly with business owners and small and medium-sized business owners, is a lack of knowledge. And we find that, if you are not knowledgeable about what your rights are and what your obligations are in relation to tax, don't be surprised if you get bullied by the administrators of tax, which is what happens a lot of times, because a lot of them do take advantage of your lack of knowledge, which has been our experience. And so, just coming back to the example that you cited about self-assessment, provisional assessment, yes, Ghana does run a scheme, and a number of countries do as well, where you are assessed on the taxes that you are estimated to be paying in the coming year, right? And in Ghana, we have self-assessment where you self-assess, you determine what you think you are going to be paying for taxes, or provisional assessment where the tax authorities make an estimate and determine for you. In both cases, you can contest, right? But the issue is that how can you contest when you've not kept any good financial records? When you don't actually know what your estimated profits will be this year, or whether you're even going to make a loss, whether you're going to do better this year than last year or worse. If you don't do that and have financial statements and calculate an estimate of what you think you'll make from a profit perspective, and therefore what you think you'll make from a corporate tax perspective, how can you go back to the authorities and challenge them, right? So I think the biggest thing is a lack of knowledge, particularly since we're talking to business owners and small businesses. There's that issue that exists. And so the answer to that really would be not to undercut or be non-Christian and evade your taxes, but to ramp up your knowledge. And that would be my initial answer to that, because I know you have other questions about that. But in my experience, it's important for you to be empowered. Knowledge is power. So if this is your business, don't say that I don't like numbers, which is what a lot of entrepreneurs say to me. I don't like numbers. Numbers scare me. I acknowledge that it's overwhelming for people who are not interested in finance. But the fact that you own a business means that you have to be interested and you have to care. You don't have a choice. It's your name as a director, or if you're sole proprietor, it's your name. On the label, on the signboard, in the papers, it's your name. And so you have to take an interest. You have to understand how the money works, and you have to do something about it so that you can be accountable and you can steward your finances properly. So that's what I'll say for now.
Okay. Thank you. So I just want to add up to that question. would you advise that every startup gets a tax consultant or an accountant, or do they need that kind of service and expert advice at the beginning?
Yes, I would advise, because the thing is that we don't know it all. Even if you're somebody who has some experience in finance and accounting, an accountant is not the same as a tax expert. You know, I am an accountant and I'm also a tax specialist, but there are accountants who are not, right? So understanding the tax laws, because there are laws as well, right? And there are laws that are implemented, there are laws that we practice every day. We interpret them, we challenge them, we meet with the authorities, we give our interpretation, we understand the practical implications, we understand and make cases for laws to be amended, because basically we are the ones practicing the laws every day, right? We understand the implications for the business community and when things are choking them. And perhaps that was not the intent and the spirit of the law. So in my role and my job in my organization, we are actually intermediaries between the business community and the government of Ghana. We are translating on both sides what this means for this party and what that means for that party, and how can we make a change to benefit the actual people who are generating income to sustain the economy. And so you need help and you need to ask for help. Now, not everybody can afford at a particular stage in their business, may not be able to afford the services of a tax expert or an accountant. So you have to ramp up the knowledge yourself. The internet is free, YouTube is free, right? So you have to go through the process of understanding what is debit and what is credit, because it's not the same in normal speak as in the bank. Debit and credit is the opposite in accounting. You need to understand those fundamentals. You need to understand how to put together a basic profit and loss account. You need to keep receipts for every single transaction. You need to account for them, right? There are generally basic accepted principles for accounting, which even the most, the person who does not like accounting at all can follow, right? And once that is done, tax is a little bit more difficult, because it's something that people tend to be afraid of. It's like a language you don't understand. And there are very few of us who are tax practitioners. And so in that case, you probably have to enlist the help of somebody. Or I always recommend that in PwC, we have a PwC business school. We run courses there, short courses, a day or two, where you can learn the fundamentals, and it doesn't cost that much, right? So if you can't afford to pay for the service, come and spend the money, a little bit of money, to be trained yourself, or to train your people so you can actually navigate this very challenging area. But it's very necessary for you to succeed.
Wow, that's very good wisdom there for every business person. Even if you haven't started your business, this is something you should put down. There are these short courses. I don't need to go and learn. I don't need to be a CPA. I don't need to be a fellow of ACC. I just need to come for those courses. That's good. Thank you. So I'm going to jump over, it looks like I'm focusing on the women, but that's not the case. We're setting up the foundation to go into the next level. So to Mrs. Yankee IM. Now, SMEs constitute about 90% of businesses in Ghana. Sadly, very sadly, we just have a handful of transgenerational businesses. As part of the Kingdom Business Forum, we're looking to enhance people's knowledge on how to build transgenerational businesses. You've worked abroad, you've seen how businesses have grown. One of our keynote speakers mentioned the fact that KFC was chicken, and Colonel Sanders is long gone, but KFC is still running. How do you grow a business that becomes transgenerational? What do you think in Ghana we can do, and in Africa at large, to grow transgenerational businesses?
So thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me over. I think one of the main things is mindset, especially when you're talking about transgenerational businesses. Our mindset from the beginning, what we think the business is for. Yes, 70 to 80% of Ghanaian businesses are MSMEs. I think one of the speakers spoke about that. Now, when you delve deep into those numbers, you realize that 70% of that is also very informal. So if you have a business that is informal, how are you going to pass it on to someone? The informality of the nature of that business makes it really difficult for you to even plan to want to hand it over. If you want to move something from one generation to the next, it comes with putting in place structures. I think my sisters have spoken about it in terms of how it's going to be governed, how you're putting your finances in place, what the vision is for the business, and how you're even sourcing funding, and what kind of trainings you're bringing, the type of human resources you're bringing into the business. Once you're able to take care of this, then you can think of the next level of wanting to hand it over to somebody or let it really transcend generations. So the first one is the mindset shift. How do we get a lot more Ghanaian businesses to move from the informal to the formal? That's a whole conversation on its own. How do you also push, if you're going to be transgenerational businesses, to look at putting in place structures, putting in place the right governance systems so that it can stand the test of time? So it's a major challenge that we have. And at the Ghana Enterprises Agency where I sit, I see a lot of these things. And in terms of the conversations of formalization, once that comes up, people say, you want to tax me. And once you talk about taxes, then nobody wants to put in place those structures. But then we fail to realize that then it doesn't transcend generations. So that mindset is important. The structures and the systems are important to be able to do that. And also even in terms of our own family units. So we are here talking about Kingdom Business Forum, about how do we build strong kingdom businesses. But even as husbands or wives, how many of us share the secrets of our businesses with our wives or our husbands? And if you're not going to share it with them, who's going to pass it on to the next person? When you go and you leave it behind, how are you going to support it? I see a lot of businesses where fathers have survived and done great things, and they don't even bring their children up to understand the businesses. It's a no-go area. Even in certain old traditional systems where you have matrilineal systems where it's your nephews or nieces, and so all of that. So there's a whole lot going around this whole transgenerational growth. And so when we're looking at it as an institution or even practitioners, one of the main things we're looking at is the cultural, the economic aspect of things and moving into the next. The other is the type of businesses that we are setting up. For a lot of us, a lot of the businesses are built of models that are a hustling model. That's okay, everybody and their preference. And a lot of it is also looking at contracts, right? So it's like, if the person who knows somebody who's giving the contract doesn't exist or is dead and gone or can't do the business is not going to move. So you see a whole lot of that, us and when you pay close attention to it. But there are few who have been able to. And what's the secret to that? It goes back to what I've been talking about in the beginning, putting structures in place, right? And finding the right people to run the businesses. And making sure that everybody is aware of and when I talk about everybody, the family unit, because I'm realizing more and I see more and more that a lot of families or businesses that are family owned that do not have strong family units, it tends to affect and impact negatively on the businesses that they run. So as much as possible for us to see change and transform the businesses, the MSMEs, and move them to the next level, that's what it's about. Then the last one I just want to talk about. One of the things we realize, if you pay attention, is that 40% of MSMEs in Ghana are owned by women. So you take that, and it's something we're very proud of as a nation. But that 40%, when you talk about the 70% being informal, 70 of that is also informal. Majority of informal businesses belong to women, right? And so you have that. And there have been instances where we've gone in to provide technical assistance under programs such as the Enterprise Grow, where you're trying to grow the businesses. And you realize that for a lot of women businesses, it's an extension of motherhood, I say. It's like, how do I take care of my children and my family at this point? And when you say, what's the bigger picture? The question is, let me deal, or in Tree will say, let's deal with it. But you see that a lot of these businesses also have potential to do great things, right? So there's a lot of need for also education and training and building their technical expertise to be able to do more before we'll be able to really deal with this issue of transgenerational business growth.
Thank you. I get a lot from what she just said. She deserves a round of applause. Exactly. So I keep hearing that you should pass on the knowledge. In a society where it's like there's no trust. Even sometimes amongst in the family units, there's very little trust, and you alluded to that. We need to stand on the word of God. He says that by wisdom, a house is built. By understanding, it is established. So based off of what you're getting here at this forum today, we need to go up, think, pray, trust God, and move ahead with what we are hearing. Start sharing your ideas with your family for starters. And as the Spirit of God lays upon your heart to share it with others, bring on board others, build up the governance structures. It may not cost so much. And the Ghana Enterprises agencies there to equip you, PwC, they're all there. There are agencies available to give you that wisdom you need to be able to set up your medium or small business to grow into what you wanted to grow into. That's what I gather from what has been said so far. So that's very good. Thank you so much. Now I'm jumping to Mr. Sam Amano. He's built a number of businesses. And not only has he built those businesses, they are in the new trend, the tech trend. Or have we moved from tech to AI now? They probably are within the same field, technology. Now, Mr. Amano, I want to ask these questions. Companies have failed to adapt, and that's been the case for most Ghanaian businesses. And Mr. Baden said it. He said the chicken seller on the Spintex Road probably does better chicken than KFC. But her business would not move to the next generation because she fails to adapt. Tech has come in. In fact, our pestle and in the local language is called fufu and womane wodro. The fufu pounding machine has come to replace that. You'd move out. Every community has one or two of those there now. So you don't hear the pum 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 every Sunday afternoon anymore. Businesses that were doing, those manufacturers would not be in business anymore. They need to adapt and do something else. Not only are these small businesses dying because of technology, but we have even established ones like the one we used to have the Kodak camera with the film running out. By now, we'll see lots of cameramen here, and their film is running out. You pay and you take your picture and all of that. Yes, but we have our phones now. How do technology is permeating everywhere in all aspects of industry and life. In your view, what does a business practitioner or a career person, a professional, need to look out for going forward in the future?
All right, thank you so much on behalf of Archbishop and Lady Rosa and the executive team of Kingdom Business Forum. We want to say a big thank you for staying with us. I happen to be part of the team that was helping for the organization. So thank you for staying and participating. To your question, right? It's innovate or die, basically. So there's death on one end, and then there's innovation on the other end. Yesterday, I had a meeting with a group of graduates who had finished school, ages 25 to 35. And these guys were very, aspiring, ambitious young guys and girls. They've been home for 2.5 years, no job. Studied Legon, KNUST, lovely guys, right? Very ambitious. They were in a very small room studying data science. And I asked them, why are they studying data science? Oh, yeah, there are no jobs, and this course is free. We just wanted to attend this class and, obviously use it to further our education. They have bachelor's degrees, right? So I asked them, what is the value of what you're, studying? Are there use cases that you can point to that you could apply this technology knowledge to? Because I think when Sheun was talking, he spoke about 3 things you need: capital, technology and technical expertise, and then the last one was relationships. And I was asking them, what are you going to use this technology for? What we realize in talking to businesses, a lot of them focus on the product they are making and don't think about the other areas, the processes around the business, right? Even for a church. there are a lot of processes. The main thing is delivering knowledge, but there are processes. How guests are going to be welcomed in, how are we going to collect the offerings, how are we going to count the offerings, how are we going to account for the offerings, right? So just using the church as a business, be about my kingdom's business, how is technology going to be applied? So there are churches who are not doing well. There are churches who are doing well as a business, using the church as an example, that are dying. You have churches who can stream, during the COVID, they could stream the church real time. You don't have to, be in your pajamas and you're worshiping God and fellowshipping. So technology is becoming the language of business, right? It's not even a tool. Some people, let's go to the help desk. Technology is no longer the thing you do at the back end. Technology is the thing you do because it's the language that businesses use to communicate, right? So a lot of the businesses who are going to die, I'm not a prophet, are businesses who have taken technology as a secondary priority, right? They've not understood that in business you need numbers, and numbers move when you enter the keyboard and you send the message and all of that. So that's a big problem. So that's the first problem that we have seen in a lot of businesses. We've accessed tech startups. We've looked at traditional informal businesses. The woman selling under the coffee broke man is what we call it, right? The coconut guy who is, Holy Spirit coconut, and you drink and you drive away. A lot of those guys have a chain, right? On one street, you see the informal lady, 5 different kiosks, but it's the same owner. The same thing is happening to the coconut seller. It's not been digitized. You can take that same business in Dubai, coconut and plantain is digitized. The supply chain is digitized. They know where to store it. They know the stock levels. They know everything, every unit economic they need to know. They know about that business. So if you compare the Ghana version and the version of the Dubai example, which one will survive, right? So imagine, again, another example. When the pandemic happened, you couldn't order your food from the typical choba, right? You were very excited about that wachi seller and that choba, the fufu and the bonobono. I see you're wearing green dress, so a bonobono is a good one. A lot of them were basically stuck. They have stock, the cassava and the fish and all those things were stuck. The stock became a liability to them because the language of that business needed technology for the delivery and the distribution. So I think technology has to move forward. I also read somewhere the other day, this French guy who invented BIC. I don't know if you guys know the BIC pen. This guy started in 1950. Till date, he sold over 100 billion BIC pens. Because at the time, to get your thoughts onto paper to create information, there was no other medium. So BIC became that universal tool to convert what you're thinking onto paper. Fast forward, obviously, Michael Dell and all these guys have figured it out that, hey, all these businesses that we want to do, the business registration, all the things we want to do, you have to register that into some system of record, right? So that you can carry that information and make it portable from step 1 to step 2. Dell took off. They became global. Step 3, you have NVIDIA, which is making new chips so that information move way faster because of AI, right? So if we as a country, you said we should look at the Africa context, if we as a continent, the Kofi Brookman person, the church, the fuel station guy, the restaurant guy, if we don't digitize the businesses itself, it means our information is not going to be portable. If an investor is sitting in South Africa, they want your numbers. Oh, I don't have it. How many cars stop at your coconut this day? I don't know. How many customers did you meet today in your restaurant? I don't know. How many people came to your church today? How much contributions or offerings did you get? Oh, I don't know. How much electricity do you use for your church? I don't know. How long does it take you to get revenue for your business? I don't know, right? So you can see the power of data, and like BIC, Michael Dell's computers, HP, Hewlett-Packard, and NVIDIA's chip are going to transport the data faster for us. It's going to change the way businesses are done. It's going to automate so many things. So Africa will be left behind if we don't digitize. So that's my feedback.
Great. That's very good and timely. It's so timely information. And I hope we took it down for our personal businesses and our personal lives as well. You know, we need to digitize everything. So start with your business and you will make it. So now, closely linked to AI is the emergence of the green economy. We go everywhere and it's green. We have the green man here in the person of Mr. Arthur. Mr. Arthur, sustainability and green. They all sound too expensive to me. For me, when I think of sustainability, okay, I think of longevity. Green sounds like stop doing everything that would inure to cost savings and start, doing things that are more expensive. I think that may not necessarily be the case, and you would throw more light on that. But how does an entrepreneur who's starting up, financing is tough, access to financing is tough, and the very little money they have, how do they build a value-based business that is sustainable, growth-oriented, and profitable?
Thank you very much, Zina, and thank you very much for inviting me. Special thanks to Madam Elsie. I think this topic of green, I remember when we started it a few years ago. We got into it in 2016. We seemed like hippies then, right? It was like, why are you talking about green investments in a place like Ghana? But then, as you rightly said, the perception is that it's expensive. The perception is that it's for established companies. But that's not the case. I think that when it comes to green businesses, when it comes to sustainability, it's a question of how are we going to be good stewards of this planet, right? And how are we going to take care of it for future generations? And businesses over the years have just extracted, and that realization has dawned on us that we cannot continue doing things that same old way. What seems to have happened, especially in the West, is that awareness has taken over. And so now it's a necessity. And because of that, sometimes we seem to be forcing it on people. And we do not do a good enough job of selling the benefits of it. If you look at being a green business, for example, or being a sustainable business, there are quite a number of benefits and opportunities that it presents. And the very first one is that it provides a lot of people who want to create a business opportunities for ideas in terms of product, services, and even markets that it can go into. These are trying to solve problems, and in trying to solve these problems, it means that we need to come up with new solutions. And so you get companies that may come up and say, well, I realize that, let's say, smallholder farmers are struggling, for example, with rainfall. So I want to set up irrigation systems that are powered, say, by solar, that can enable them have rainfall, which is more predictable, to enable them sustain their yield. So for those who are looking for ideas, these problems provide that opportunity for you to come up with something. The other thing is, contrary to what we think, it rather helps you reduce your cost. One of the key things when it comes to being green or sustainable is this concept of efficiency. How efficient are you with your energy that you use? How efficient are you with your water usage? And how efficient are you in terms of even waste? So if you look at some companies outside, for example, you might have realized that even the packaging that comes with their product has reduced. Now, you might look at it as maybe going green, but for them it means they spend less money on card boxes and packages. People are now going to shops and we are being told, okay, we'll ban plastic bags, polythene bags, right? And that for a shop owner, for a retail chain, it's a lot of money when you look at all the free polythene bags that they give out to companies. And so in that case, being green helps them reduce their cost. And it's not just the cost. I think we talked about the issue of even taxes. And being green cannot go without being ethical. So alongside that, if you want to do things the right way, you avoid certain fines so far as regulators are concerned. Another thing that people don't really pay attention to is the fact that you can charge a premium when you are sustainable or green. There's a company we were involved in where we invested in them, and they make toilet paper out of bamboo. And because it's toilet paper from bamboo, in Europe, they sell it for a premium because people who care about the planet, care about sustainability, are willing to pay more for it. So whereas you are trying to compete with everyone on price, sometimes really looking at your business going green would allow you kind of differentiate yourself and not have to fight over price, but you can even charge a small premium. Okay, and then the other thing is, this then kind of helps you attract new customers that may not have looked at you. They may have a sense of the business environment and one product that they think are more responsible. But finally, we've talked about patient capital. I like to talk about willing capital. You know, when we find ourselves in our current macro situation, and it's not just Ghana, it's all over, and in the emerging world, it's a capitalistic world. Institutional money wants to go where it will get returns. So when you have all these challenges, it's much more difficult attracting capital in. And I think that one of the things countries like Ghana and entrepreneurs within Ghana need to look at is most of the capital available for sustainable businesses, for green businesses, are willing. These monies have been set aside to come into these parts of the world. And what we need to do is to build our business in such a way that it matches it. And the way we do that is being intentional. When I say being intentional here, you don't just do a green business because, well, you see it's a trend and you just want to hop onto it. But look at your business critically. In terms of people, what are you doing negatively? What can you do positively? And what is it that you can do that can benefit your business and not collapse your business? When it comes to the environment, what can you do when it comes to your processes? And when you are able to then do that deep, thoughtful reflection, then you can come up with specific changes to your product, to your services, to your processes to make you green. And one thing you need to be mindful of is it needs to be part of your culture. If it's not, your team will not buy into it and it simply will not work. So I'll just wrap up by saying that when you hear green, think about doing good and doing well.
Green is doing good and doing well. I hope you all heard that. Okay, so we've had a round of questions here on stage. I just had one more question for you, but I think I'll hold it for now. I have more questions for the panelists, but it's an interactive session. So if we have any questions from the audience, this would be a good time. You could show by hand and the microphone would come to you. Okay, so we have a gentleman on the far right who has a question. Okay.
Good afternoon. I have a question, and probably for Mrs. Jemima Owari. So we had 1 year where we had to make sure we fill the forms for the beneficiary owners. So I did that. Then the following year, we had to make sure that we had come in line with the act where we changed our name and put LBG and whatever those were. So I was going to do that as a director and as a secretary of the company, as the beneficiary owner, but I was told I cannot sign. The subscribers have more power than me, the beneficiary owner. So they were my directors, they had to sign. So I'm quite confused about that. I would like you to shed some light on that. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I just want to find out, are you the beneficial owner?
Yes, I am.
Yes, but you are also a director and a secretary.
Yes, that was under some guidance that I had when we formed the company some years ago.
Okay. So you don't need the beneficial owner to sign if the beneficial owner is not a director or a secretary of the company. The key thing is you are signing as a director in your capacity as a director, giving information on who the beneficial owner is. It's just coincidental that you are also the beneficial owner. And so you can't sign as both a director and a secretary at the same time. The secretary's position is different from, even though you are both, you can't sign in that capacity as both. So in this case, I mean, I don't know why they didn't allow you to sign just as a director, maybe disclosing who the beneficial owners, which happens to be you. So it should have gone through. But you see, if you say that every beneficial owner should sign, it's going to be cumbersome. Because some are not even directors of the company, but they are the ultimate owner. And it's an individual, should be an individual, ultimate owner of that company. We don't need signatures from the beneficial owners. We need signatures from a director or a secretary disclosing that this is the beneficial owner. It just happens that you were also the beneficial owner.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that I was going to sign as a director, and there are some things that a secretary can sign. But in this instance, they said I cannot sign as a director or even a secretary, but the subscribers have to sign. And then I brought in the argument that I am the beneficiary owner, but they said they have more power, the subscribers, than I do. So that is what I would like to address. So we even asked somebody internal to come into it, and that's what she said.
They were giving you wrong information, so please, see me to discuss that one, okay?
Thank you.
There's going to be an interactive session afterwards. There's going to be a networking session, so please you can see Mrs. Owari after for that. Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. So there's a question. I think we'll take two more questions before.
I had to change my location because of the mic.
Okay.
So it's a three-part question. First to Eben, and then maybe I'll connect it to Mrs. Yankee Aye, and then hopefully get the thoughts of Sam also on. So first, ESG compliance. I mean, when you talk about green and then sustainability, you hear about ESG, environmental sustainability, and then governance, right? I want us to more or less share some knowledge on the compliance systems that we have in Ghana for MSMEs, right? Making them attractive for these green bonds, or if you like, some of these patients or willing capital that Eben spoke about. And then with the compliance systems in place, since I mentioned MSMEs, I'm curious to know what the GEA is putting in place to encourage, maybe an incentive program that they have to encourage MSMEs to transition into the green economy with how they do their business. And then where I'll get some thoughts is on digitization and then digitalization. You know, tech-enabled businesses versus businesses that are not tech-enabled. Some clarity on how you also get businesses to understand how to onboard technology within their business framework or their business operations, such that if they are using maybe Facebook or Instagram, they could use it in a better way within their business, considering that, this is also a tech product that I'm using to most like bring efficiency or optimization within my business. And then bringing the technologies within the business itself, where you are looking at demand, supply issues. Help us bring some clarity with what we are juggling with the words when it comes to digitalization and then digitization, right? It seems to be a blend of things, looking at our context, particularly in Africa, how we actually bring clarity with the operationalization of the words in business, right? All right.
Thank you. So we'll take another question, or do you want to address this now? I think we should. Okay, it's loaded, so.
Any more questions? Thank you very much, Andrew. And it's good to see you, because Andrew has been in the entrepreneurial ecosystem for a while. And it's good to have people like him here. The question you asked about support in place for MSMEs. I think that there's quite a lot going on. Sometimes it's unfortunate that information is not really out there. I'm sure Kosi would really love to speak more about what they've been doing at GEA, because over time it's become quite embedded in a lot of the funding programs out there. One thing which is very significant that's happened in the past about say 5 years, but we've not really held it a lot, is that the Bank of Ghana passed what they call the Sustainable Banking Principles. And this idea is that every bank is supposed to shift to sustainable banking. And I don't think it's something that as an industry or maybe as business people we are really paying a lot of attention to. Because if we can do that, it will really open up the taps in terms of funding that will come in for the banks to access. I think when Madam Abena Poku was speaking, she talked about some of their partnerships with some of these EIB and some of these institutions. What it does is, when you get these funding come in because it's been aligned to compliance with these ESG sustainable principles, it allows the cost to go down. So an example for our case is we have a program we manage for, once again, because it's for my institution, Solidaridad. And the idea here is palm oil gets a lot of bad press because in a place like Southeast Asia, you had people doing slash and burn, and so it's associated with climate change. Whereas in our country, it's a bit different, and this is a major source of sustainability. And the topic of climate change, I think we need to localize it. Every time we talk about climate change, people think about mitigation. The part of climate change that impacts us most is adaptation. How do we get people to cope with it? And it's affecting smallholder farmers even in terms of their yield. So one of the things that you see with sustainability in this case is there is a Dutch funder that is providing funding at very concessionary rates for what we call rural services centers. What they simply do is that they use something called best management practices, which is how do you go about oil palm production in a way that is climate friendly. And if they are able to do that, we are able to give them these funding, which is at 10%, right? Even at the current rates. So there are programs in place. I think we need to speak more about it, and then we also need to really highlight more of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Funding at 10%.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's not just us. I know a number of the banks have similar programs, and it's one of the things that we need more information sessions on. Quite a number of banks, EcoBank, ABSA, all of them have funding pockets that are subsidized. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
So the question was, how do we incentivize people? So at Ghana Enterprises Agency, we don't directly incentivize, but we create the opportunity for people who take advantage of some of these, or who really comply, to benefit from access to funding, to benefit from technical assistance, and as much as possible, and more, allocations have to be made for people who are going green or who really address issues of climate change. So we have various technical training programs or financial assistance programs that address or deal with some of these new topics, as I say, are coming up. One of the major challenges is a lot of people don't understand what it is, and that's the bottom line. So you might even be running a business that ticks all these boxes, but you're not even sure what it is or what it means. And so I believe that a lot of education has to be done. And I think from our side, we've tried a lot to educate people about what they can do and what they cannot do. In the past, what we've also done is also bring on board or work with other agencies outside the country who certify. And then we provide that kind of fund support for you. In the past, one of the things we've also done, if I may say, it takes me back, I don't know if it's incentivizing, but we are allowing businesses to come to us under various programs, one of which is called the High Growth Enterprise Support, coming to us and saying that I need a certification. I want to certify my business, but I can't afford it. And sometimes we subsidize that, especially if we believe that it's going to grow and strengthen your business, and we believe that it's going to allow you to create jobs. So as much as possible, there's a lot happening within the space. But we need to take it a step further because people do not understand this whole climate and green conversations that are being had. It seems like it's at a higher level. And so how are we going to work together to bring it down so that we all understand it? Then we benefit from it because there's a lot to benefit from. And I like the adaptation and localizing these conversations and these concerns for us to be able to do a whole lot more. One of the things is there's a lot of information also that is coming out. But I don't know, I think we need to figure out ways to get people to see the information because clearly it seems the information is not coming out. And there's been a lot of conversation from our side as to we're communicating more. But as a government agency as well, there's so much you can communicate because of the era in which we live in, right? And so you're very careful how you communicate some of these things that we're doing to support the sectors that are willing to grow.
I just wanted to ask, is there a website or somewhere that some people here can go and find information about what GA does and the various green compliance schemes? Because I might be running a business and, as you said, not know that it's compliant. Is there any, you mentioned that information dissemination is kind of a challenge, but what we have now, where can we find it?
So we do have a website. We're also on all the social media. We have various social media handles that you can go to. We also have physical offices. And so for those who want to start or those who have businesses and want to grow it, you can walk into any of our physical offices and then ask information. But once you go online and you search for Ghana Enterprises Agents, you can get as much information as possible or through our website or some of our social media handles.
Thank you. Thank you. Sam, I think there was a question for you as well.
This question was about the process to adopt technology into SMEs, right? So I think there's a need to classify who the SME is. So the coconut seller guy, the wache seller guy, or the container shop, or if it's a business that is a bit more mature, right? We have to sort of have classification for it. So one size doesn't fit all. But having said that, every business should know who their customer is, right? If you're in business and you don't know who your customer is, it's a big problem. You also have to know who your suppliers are, right? Your supply chain. You also have to understand the compliance around the business you're doing, right? So these key elements attract data. And if you keep storing that data on paper and one day fire blows into your building, then you really don't have a business anymore. There's no records to sort of identify you as a business operator. So I think that there are stages that we have to look at this problem. Adoption is possible. It's just we need technical assistance, like GA said. There has to be a place people can go to get advice. Today, it's very complex. Every young guy who can touch a phone can say, I can fix a computer, I can help you get your business online, I can create a website for you, but it's not enough, right? We need to be able to track where the money is going. We need to be able to track the data around that business, and you need special knowledge, which we can train. I think there's innovation hubs all over Ghana now. We have one where entrepreneurs at the early stages can go to for this technical assistance. And I think GA has, some nice funding as well. The business box, I think, which can assist. We have some grants that we can also support some businesses on. So you need advisory and some diagnostics around that. Right.
Okay. Thank you, Sam. Time is fast spent and we're almost, we're way past our scheduled time. But I have one last question for you before we'll give the speakers an opportunity to wrap up with your thoughts. But Aisha, a question for you. I know the tax question is a big one because we have a lot of people who think that taxes are drowning companies in Ghana. Are you obliged as a business owner to accept every tax penalty or tax that the government slaps on you? Can you contest? If you can't contest, what's the process? And for those businesses who may not be able, you mentioned the clinics at PwC, but for those of us who may not be able to afford your kind of service, you're a specialist, and specialists are expensive. So those who may not be able to afford even the clinics, where would you advise they get all this information, and how can they equip themselves to contest their tax obligations?
Okay, so let me start with the contesting. So, like I said earlier, when you are assessed with a particular tax liability, especially when it comes to self-assessment, provisional assessment, you can obviously object. You can also have a basis for which you're objecting. So if you feel like you've been assessed 500 and you're not going to make even 100, you have to show evidence of what you think you're going to make, which requires keeping good books. And then you can say, actually, this year I'm going to make 50. And based on the 50 I'm going to make, the tax at 25% is this. And then you pay your assessment based on that. Then there's a separate issue about being assessed perhaps after a tax audit or a special investigation with a particular tax liability. With a particular tax liability, there's an objection process that is enshrined in the tax laws of Ghana. There's a process to actually go through. It requires paying a certain percentage of the taxes assessed, and then you go through the process of objecting. And in some cases, some of my clients have chosen to go to court, right? So you can go all the way, but there is a process that is out there, okay? Then you spoke about accessing. I spoke about the PwC Business School. I was saying when I said that what we charge for people attending the business school is nowhere near what we charge for giving specialized tax advice. So if you cannot afford our services, a lot of people can afford attending a business school session. It's sometimes a 1 or 2 day session that deals with particular issues or areas. I mean, there are courses like finance for non-finance managers. There are particular sessions when there are amendments to the tax laws. There's tax updates and so on, so you can keep yourself abreast. And other firms also have various training sessions that they also do. And then one of the documents that we do that we've been doing for a number of years is what we call tax facts and figures. Tax facts and figures is the summary of the tax laws in Ghana in everyday English, and it's free. It's on our website. It's updated every year. So it's something that, as a layperson, you can go through and understand the different tax areas and the different things you need to do. So, like I said earlier, our people perish for lack of knowledge. If you are determined to empower yourself in these areas, and you cannot afford to pay for the services, you have to gather the knowledge somehow. And there's various ways that we are trying to, provide this for people to do. And then I will say that as an individual, many of my friends and family come to me for free advice. So if you know people who have expertise in particular areas that you need to, empower yourself in, do approach them. And like I said, as a person individually, I've spoken to many entrepreneurs on a free basis at events like this and even smaller ones. So, when you are determined and you are hungry for knowledge, you can get it anywhere if you are really determined. But the problem that I see when I speak to a lot of entrepreneurs, not just in Ghana, but across Africa, is generally a lack of discipline. And it has to be said, right? So we have to get into a discipline. Like I said, there are very basic business practices that we must do. We must account for every amount of money that we spend. We must separate ourselves as individuals from the corporate business. We must stop putting our hands into the bank account and taking it to pay for our home expenses. We are two separate individuals. We must pay ourselves salaries as directors or as whatever occupation we have in the business. And then we must keep good records. It's not difficult to keep good records. If you keep account of everything you spend, if you have a receipt for every expenditure you make, you can just have a total of all your expenditure and all your income. Any accountant you give this to can put together some books for you. So my parting word would be, let's be disciplined in running our businesses. Let's keep good records. That's the foundation, that's the basis. Everything else, by God's grace, somebody can help you, either for free or for a very minimal fee. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. So there's help out there. That's why Kingdom Business Forum has been put up. Our visionaries had this in mind because lots of businesses, and I remember when we were setting this up, Papa said that even SNIT and all of that, people don't know their statutory obligations. And you will not run from the law. You can't run from the law. Once it catches up with you, you would have to face the law. So this is all very good. Thank you very much for making time. I'd want to give you the opportunity to give your closing remarks and leave something with the participants of the Kingdom Business Forum before our next session. So I'll start with you, Sam.
Thank you very much, Zina. And I tend to be a bit unconventional sometimes. I like to go off the script. So I don't know where I will have a forum like this to share this kind of thoughts. So I'll take the opportunity. I believe when Madam Elsie invited me, she thought I'll speak about just green. But last year, I had the opportunity to speak at the Church of Christ. And they had invited me because they had developed an entrepreneurship support program. And I thought that was a good initiative. And this is key because when I started entrepreneurship with my partner, one of the key things we did was that we attended what we call Acting University. Acting University is in the US, it's in Grand Rapids, and it's set up by a Catholic priest called Father Siriko. And Father Siriko wrote a book. One of the books is on the entrepreneurial vocation. And he uses the Matthew 25, I think, parable of the talents to show that entrepreneurship is a vocation and God holds us accountable for the talents that we have and he wants you to do something with it. And based on that, I've had to take interest. So one of the things that I want to highlight is how the church can support entrepreneurship, right? And I think it's very key. There's a strong role to play. The first thing is developing entrepreneurship programs. A program like this, I would love to see this in the next 2-3 years become a number of days like an acting university so that people can have time to sit in tax clinics. People can have time to sit in company setup sessions and really get issues addressed for them. And I think to do that, sometimes we think about the cost, but we have programs that are going on that are looking for channels and very well-placed organizations such as churches to be able to reach out there. So partnering with organizations like GEA, NEIP are very important. And I think this is where we need to really be proactive. When it comes to also partnering, there are private organizations trying to do it. MasterCard Foundation, they've got so much money that they want to push entrepreneurship. One of their best partners could be programs which are born out of churches like this. There are groups like GCIC, KIC. One of my organizations, Inaugural, I had an accelerator before a fund, actually partners an organization from the US which started in Kenya called Synapis. And what they do is they develop accelerator training content based on Christian principles. We've been running it in Ghana for about 5 years. As I talk now, they're actually meeting in Romania, across the world. And this is content which is very specific. So I think that I would just say that there are people we can learn from. One, there are churches that have done this. The Mennonites. We all hear about MEDA and all the philanthropic stuff they are doing. We hear about the Africa Growth Fund, which is a $100 million plus fund to invest in businesses. It is being done by MEDA, which is the Mennonites. They have Sarona Asset Management, which manages $400 million. When we look at the Latter-day Saints, they have City Creek Centers, which are their most, that's worth about $2 billion. Marriott started with a Mennonite, for Latter-day Saint, and so you go there and you will see their Bible in every room. They don't have certain entertainment that they are not aligned with their faith. But last but not the least, the Catholic Church. Vatican Bank has $8 billion. 8 billion in terms of assets, 5,000 properties across the world. And they have recently set up what they call the Catholic Impact Investing Collaborative. And this is basically aimed at how do they do more impact investment. People may not know, but Quality Insurance Ghana is a Catholic institution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, okay. I think everything has been said. You said it all clearly, but one thing that came to mind is let's take this very serious. Kingdom business. Let's not take it for granted because it's the key that would unlock so much. And if we don't take it serious, then we're losing out because the world is changing. The world has changed and we need kingdom businesses. If we're going to take territory, We need kingdom businesses. And that's the bottom line. And as we sit here, the person sitting next to you, and most often I say this, that as Christians, as we work to build kingdom businesses, how do we build each other? How do we support each other sitting next to us and utilize that to grow our businesses and make them stronger? So let's take this serious. Thank you for inviting me.
I think my parting words would be, as a business owner, you should ask for help and be ready to do the work. My experience has taught me that a lot of business owners start to resist the help because it looks too formal. It makes them feel that somebody is trying to take away their baby. The baby that they nurtured, the baby that they got to this point. Now different things have been introduced and they feel like they're losing control. So put the fear aside, ask for help, and be ready to do the work that comes with it to take your business to the next level. Thank you very much.
Wow. It's hard to have one line, so I'll try my best. In closing, I'd like to bring everybody's mind to that business is a science, and businesses are not guesswork. You are here to provide service, and you're here to help somebody improve their life. And I believe Kingdom Business Forum is a platform. We are part of the accelerator community. We're building innovation hubs. The Kingdom is an accelerator platform. The Bible is actually full of Christ intelligence, which when applied to businesses can skyrocket, right? From Colgate to all the different moguls that have passed on, they apply principles and instructions that actually leapfrog them. And I believe whilst AI is trending, artificial intelligence is trending, business intelligence is also trending, but most importantly, Christ intelligence is going to top up. So that's my last piece of message.
As a regulator, and sitting where I'm looking at everything, I realize that yes, businesses are thriving, but many do not bother to research and find out even the right kind of business to register. Recently, we set up a prestige center, and then I realized that most businesses start off without even sitting down to consider what name they would use, who the directors would be, what the objects would be. They walk into our offices blank. They contact the Goro boys in the yard, and then those Goro boys will fill the forms for them and sometimes even sign for the directors. Why? Because they've never even, the directors never even sat down to even consider, should we even set up a company? Should we set up a partnership? What type of business should we register? And so I have over, as I said, millions of companies on our company register. They are not great, directors are dead, shareholders are dead, and yet the companies are on the register and they are signing big contracts. They are not following regulatory requirements. They are not even keeping the books. When there's a change in shareholders, they rush to our office. Why should our register be the register that you come and register your shareholders? Every company needs a register of members, and they don't bother. That should not be our responsibility. Every company secretary, the code is very clear. You need a professional. Why? They just want it to be a family business. Father, mother, son, daughter. Sometimes they even wonder, should we use the driver as a secretary? Yes, because they don't even consider that the company is a very serious business. You see, so that's why I'm saying we have dead companies sitting on the register. So my advice is, don't just register a company because I need a visa or I need a government contract. Once the contract doesn't go through, it's sitting on the register. It's dead data. And that's why we're coming after you. We're going to strike off over 500,000 business names. Every business name is supposed to renew yearly. And it lapses and it's sitting there. We'll strike it out by the end of April. Companies, the same. Churches, even worse. Churches are not filing any financial statements, and churches are not supposed to be making profit. They are making profit and distributing the profits. These are serious regulatory requirements that we are coming out with. We are getting our company inspectors to go around inspecting books, and these things will be brought to the fore. So all I'm saying is get a lawyer to help you. Don't just, a lawyer, a professional. The Companies Act now requires professionals to help you to put these things together. Don't just sit a tab because I want a contract and then you leave it with us. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To be forewarned is to be forearmed. Thank you very much. I want to say thank you to all our panelists on behalf of the visionaries and on behalf of the participants in the planning committee. Thank you very much. We have gifts for our speakers, our panelists. Madam
Chair. For your tea. And so our chair, together with the moderator, will make the presentations.
So we have the gift for Mr. Ebenezer Arthur.
Mr. Ebenezer Arthur, he has to say thank you for lending us your insights. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for that very insightful conversation on starting and growing SMEs in Ghana, challenges and opportunities. In a short while, we shall bring today's forum to a close, not until we've heard from our sister, Madam Sheila Azuntaba, the CEO of Innovative Microfinance, a member of the Executive Council. I ask that we all tarry. At the end, we shall take a big family photo. Madam Sheila, with all yours.
Thank you, Jerry.
All panelists to just spare us 10 minutes. After that, we shall take a big family photo with Papa and Lady Rosa. Thank you.
Okay, I just have one question to ask. Who has found today's forum impactful? I have. Shall we please give a round of applause to our visionary leader, the Archbishop. Thank you. Today's forum, for all of us, especially we the ones on the committee, was just not the beginning of a gathering. For us, it was a community and a kingdom community where we set out to bring together collaborations between businesses and professionals within the church and outside of the church. And I hope we're able to at least
meet some of that. Today, we decided that we're going to plant seeds, seeds of a strong foundation where, based on our values and our shared objectives, and especially the vision of the Archbishop, we set out to curate the forums and the speaker sessions to completely reflect the need and also what he set out to accomplish. And I hope we did that. The sessions today were specially curated to address some of the pressing needs faced by businesses, professionals within the church, and hopefully to expand it to outside of the church where we can bring more into the fold. If you found today's forum impactful, please don't miss the next one. Because today was just for us to gauge, to understand the need, and to also know how we can shape the direction and the evolution of subsequent forums. So for us, we just set out to really have this exciting event for 250 people. When we opened up the lines, we wanted to have 250, and in a week, we ended up with 300. As of yesterday, we had 547 registered participants. And that tells you how much of a need and a demand some of these important topics that were spoken on today are to everybody seated here. Right after today's forum, what we hope to do is to send out a registration link. Behind me, we actually have a website, launched just 2 days ago, an interactive one. Everything today that happened will be on that website. And please, make that website your go-to website for all the information you would require on Kingdom Business Forum. It's going to be both interactive and engaging. We invite you and urge you to share your insights with feedback, with comments, suggestions, because it's based on that and the critical evaluation of your feedback that we will be able to curate the next forum. So we really want you to be part of that and join this interactive website. The link is going to go up immediately, I'm sure tomorrow, asking all interested participants who want to be members. We will charge a token, a registration fee. Nothing crazy. I mean, if you think today was impactful, please be a member, because all the members that we have will have access to our quarterly webinars. We're going to want to have quarterly webinars where we invite you to join. You have access to our newsletter. And also, for the first time, this is something we are seriously discussing, and I think we'll have the blessings of the Archbishop. Our first Christian Seed and Growth Fund to be launched for this church, managed by professional fund managers to support businesses within the church who need beyond funding, who need anything beyond funding. So everything that the speaker spoke about, tax clinics, capacity building, all of that, you would get that from the fund. Also, access to funding. Underpinning this would be Christian values. So be a member. These are some of the things you'd stand to gain from being a member. What we also want to do is to extend reach and inclusivity. So beyond this, yes, we'll definitely reach out to more, but that's also in the process. One thing we decided, and with the blessings of the Archbishop, is to have a physical space. And it's something that we are going to work hard and to be able to deliver. Well, we'll have a physical space to manage all member affairs with well-resourced and professionals who will be in-house to help manage all members' expectations and everything that's got to do with Kingdom Business Forum. Now, when we started, we decided to have this quarterly, but then we realized that quarterly would be an overkill. And with the Archbishop's permission, he's agreed that we do this every 6 months. And thank you. And so critical and guiding and shaping subsequent forums would mean that we need your participation. We need you to direct how to select our speakers, the topics, the issues that you face. We don't want to impose this on you, but we need your feedback. And that's why we are urging you to be part of the community. Engage with us on the website, send us your suggestions, talk to us, tell us your problems. That way we are guided to bring you
the exact solution-based speakers with experience, and then also help guide businesses that need mentors, coaches, because on this website you have access to all of that. And so before I close and before I bring this to a wrap, all I'd say is, for us to be able to continue doing this, we need your participation. And whenever the links go up or out for registration, please ensure to register on time. Because early registration means that we're able to gauge the response, we're able to gauge the demand, we're able to gauge the topics we should roll out. Whenever we go, this particular one, we are actually very grateful and humbled because we're surprised with the engagement and the levels of participation. So thank you so much, and we hope that subsequent forums will have the same results and the same participation. But do well to register ahead of time and send us comments. We value your feedback, and also to say that if we want to move this forward, we all have to come together to build. And if you have to build, we have to build for posterity. It's a lot of work, and everybody has to get involved. Once again, on behalf of our chairman, Madam Elsie Awaji, Papa, thank you. This was indeed an amazing experience for us, and we are privileged and we're grateful that you called on us to organize this first forum. We're here. Okay. I think I can say this on behalf of the rest of the committee that we are all fully dedicated and committed, and we're always here to serve. Anytime, Papa, you call on us. We look forward to the second, the fourth, the third, the fourth, and all. But please, the rest of the sessions, as I said, we need you to engage you more. We don't want this to end up being another talk shop or another conference. What we aim to deliver is value. And so we need you to help us deliver that value. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to you, our sister, Madam Sheila Azuntaba, CEO, Innovative Microfinance, and a member of the Executive Council. Please, another round of applause. And to you joining us here in person and online, this is the domain. I ask that you please go to the website, www.kingdombusinessforum.org. All that has been articulated so well can be found there, how you can participate and ensure the sustainability of this great scheme that has been put in place. The Bible says that he who watches the wind will not sow, but I'm particularly proud to be associated with this house and our father and our mother who have shown tremendous faith through the years that despite the odds, despite the difficulties, they would sow into such an initiative for the body of Christ without recourse to any sponsorship or anything. They've done it out of their own resources. This afternoon I ask that you help me celebrate a woman of vision, a woman of purpose, a woman of distinction, and a great woman of honor, the co-founder of the Kingdom Business Forum, yours and mine, Lady Rosa Whittaker, as she closes us.
Thank you so much, Jerry, for that great introduction, but I'll please have a seat. I must admit to something. Usually I am very involved with these things to the point of being a pest. But when I know that my husband is such a great visionary. I mean, you know, he is. And honestly, it is a vision that has been downloaded to him by God. I believe that. And so even before I met him, he was known as the apostle of strategic prayer. But I told him, as I watch the calls that come in from all over the world from politicians in Africa and beyond, from business leaders, from those people of influence whose lives he has impacted, and even the people without influence that they have yet to discover. I have also said, you have a mandate of an apostolic statesman. So I want to thank God for the life and the vision of the visionary, my husband, Archbishop Duncan-Williams. And I must admit to something else. When I saw that Elsie Ado-Awazi was leading this, and I saw the program that she had put together, I must admit, I'll be vulnerable. That's what I learned today. I said, oh, I can just shut up and show up. And that's all I did. So I know you all are giving me credit. I had zero to do with this. I saw who was leading it, and I honestly, this time, I just shut up and I showed up, and I knew it would be well, because she is such a phenomenal leader and such a woman of capacity and a Proverbs 31 woman. And I mean, she's just such a blessing. She's such a blessing. So I wanted to thank you personally. I watch how you work, and the most important thing about leadership is leadership by example. And that's what she walks in. Yeah, that's why she doesn't have to boast about it, because she's walking in it. And then I just want to leave you, and I promise not to be long, but it will be not more than 2 minutes. There's one thing that I've noticed about every leader that has been on this platform, from my husband to Elsie Ado-Awazi, from every single leader. And it's something that my business mentor told me. They all have what I called the 5 C's. The 5 C's. They all had, and these are the 5 keys that I learned and I tried to live by in leadership. Character. Without character, you can't go anywhere. And I know we are now at a season of celebrating people, leaders who look like they have it all with very poor character, setting terrible examples for next generation. But I'm old enough to watch how they have ended, and they don't end well. And the end of a thing should be better than the beginning. Trust me, whether you see it or not. I have never seen a leader in politics or business that lacked character that ended well. And then the second C is courage. There's so many people that I believe even God have given them great opportunities. They just didn't have the courage, and my third C, the confidence to move forward with it. And the other C that's been touched on here, the fourth C, is competence. Competence. And that's work. To study a thing and show yourself approved. But then I've also seen people, honestly, with character, some confidence, some courage, and competence that did not make it because they lacked the 5th C. And that 5th C is capacity. If all of this doesn't wrap together in some form of capacity, even sometimes God will meet you at your point of action. So the capacity is the ability to translate the competence in some action. So this building for posterity is just a great theme, and I will just leave you with the one thing that I can say about Ghana. This year, 6 to 7 of every 1,000 children born on the planet will be born in Ghana. 6 to 7 out of every 1,000 children born on the planet. And I didn't believe it, so I invite those of you economists do the math. And why is this? This is a fact because of declining birth rates everywhere else. This fact and declining birth rates everywhere else in the world means that by 2040, Ghana, by percentage and by proportion, will be home to more people in their prime working age, that's the working age population, by percentage, to more people than China, India, the UK. So Ghana's future is therefore very bright, and people talk about a demographic dividend. But that demographic dividend, it should not be automatically assumed because of percentages and numbers. So this means that Ghana's future is highly dependent on the productivity and capacity of the 22.5 million Ghanaians that will be of working age population by the 2040. And productivity and capacity is not built overnight. And so what we're talking about is around 50% of your population. Your population by 2040 is projected to be around 46 million people, 45.6. So this new generation of Ghanaians that enter the workforce or go into entrepreneurship must be armed with the capacity to produce the goods, services, and grow the food that the nation, that the region, and the world wants to buy and needs. And so unlike in the past, this must be all done in ways that also protect the environment of some sort. It has to be done in a sustainable way. So I will say that one of my dear friends, Paul Collier, that great development economist, he always talks about the miracle of productivity. If we are going to build for posterity, we must tap into the miracle of productivity. You can have fewer people, but how productive they are. So if demography and productivity come together over the next 2 days, Ghana will advance from good to great, fueled by enterprises, fueled by innovation, and fueled by an economy that's built to last. So that's my contribution for building from posterity. And I have personally asked that Elsie really has to have the last word. She's worked so hard. She has marked her work with excellence, and God will bless her. He is blessing her. And so if you want to know what leadership looks like, Elsie. Oh, sorry.
And it's nothing without the dream team. Please make welcome, joining our chair, Mr. Samuel Amano, Madam Sheila Zuntaba.
Thank you so much, Lady Rosa. I just want to start off with saying a big thank you to Papa and then to Lady Rosa for the support. There's no Papa without her. And, this would not have been possible without all of her support. But Papa, on the 23rd of January, it was a Tuesday, you summoned some of us to your office. I got a call in the afternoon, and it was a frantic call. And that was unlike Papa to call me in the middle of my day, during a work day, and say, what's your schedule tonight? Can you pass by? No clue what it was. And I was summoned to be here at 7. So I showed up at his office, and there were 9 other people, clueless about why we were all there. And we were panicking. What's going on? And then Papa sat and announced to us this grand vision of bringing everyone together in business, in career, who belong to the church, to form a formidable network, to connect with each other, to have a partner, to have a buddy, and to support each other. So if you're a carpenter in the church, and there's someone who's looking to build a house or a new table, they should think of you first, but they must know about you and they must trust what you can do, and so on and so forth. And his heart was a papa who saw his children disconnected and with capacity and capability to do more if they could all come together. And he said to us, two are better than one, and together we're better. So that was Papa's vision. That was Papa's vision, and he challenged us to be the ones, there were 10 of us, to be the ones who were going to make this work. And we looked at each other and we're like, what are we going to do with this, right? We could all connect to the vision. We could all understand the vision as business people, as professionals. But what were we going to do with this grand vision? And he threw us a challenge. He says, I want you to be the interim executive committee for this, and you're going to birth it. And we're going to have a first event in April. Whoa. Now, some of us were comforted by the fact that he added interim. And so I said to him, Papa, what is it? How short is interim? Like a day? Because it was scary. But to cut a long story short, all 10 of us walked out of there knowing one thing: when Papa calls you, you do it. No excuses. And so we took on the challenge and we huddled together. We began then to figure out, what is this thing Papa is talking about? How grand, how small, what's the potential? How do we set off doing this? And by the way, what do we do with the April event? I have to tell you, for the first few weeks, we were all very skeptical. We believed in the vision, but we just didn't know what to do. And we all had very busy day jobs and businesses and stuff to run. And so we're like, but how are we going to do this, you know? Now, my job as the interim chair was to remind everybody that we couldn't pull out of this, period. And that was very important, because as the excuses came up and as the doubts came up, I had the job of telling everybody, we're not getting out of this. So let's figure out what we're going to do with this, okay? But I have to say that what we have done today here and what Kingdom Business Forum is beginning to shape up to be, for me, is a manifestation of everything we heard here today. There was a clear vision that was clearly articulated by Papa. And I remember going back to him a few times to write and say, can you really help me understand this vision better? But his vision didn't change, it was clear. So the vision was important, and then he put the people together. There were 10 of us, one had to be excused, and so there are currently 9 of us. And so the vision and the people, and then a few other things. But at this point, I want to call on my people. When Lady Rosa says that I have done this, I have not done this at all. I have done this with troopers that together with me have worked tirelessly to put this together. And so it is my singular honor to invite to the podium those of us who are here. There are 2 of us who are traveling and couldn't be here, sadly. But we've got a few of us here. So there's Sam Amano, who was called. We have Sam, Sheila, Zena Eisen, Kofi Eisen, who likes to hide in the back. Jude Addo. Is Jude still here somewhere? David Adomako. These are the troopers together with whom I have labored in secret over the last 3 months to pull this off. Thank you. So, Papa had a vision. He put the people together, and we all had to leverage a number of things: our skills, our experience, and our networks. All of us. So everyone who's spoken here today made the time and the commitment to come because one of us knew them, or Papa or Lady Rosa knew them, whether it's Sheun from the US, Moses Bading, the panelists. Everyone made this possible because we leveraged our networks and then our skills and our experience. And then execution. This was a big part of it. So there was a vision, there was a people, which was us. We leveraged skills, experience, and networks. but we needed boots on the ground. And so we commandeered the entire church. Thanks to Papa and Lady Rosa. So the administrative part of the church supported us. The logistics was, look around you. I don't know if you can figure out the logistics that have gone into this. So Lady Elsie, Duncan-Williams, O2, thank you. I have not seen what she pulled off, the setup, the food in many places in Ghana. This is world class. And Lady Elsie and your team, thank you. We leveraged Lady Ella and her media team and her coordinating team, Miss Dahlia and everybody. Thank you so much for coming along this journey with us. Miss Dagmar, wherever you are, you supported with invitation letters and got Papa to sign all of them and all that. We thank you for that. So execution has been big, and as of midnight, people were still here working. Very early this morning, before 7, people were here to continue. We couldn't have done it without everyone. Lady Rosa, thank you for Dominion TV, and the fact that because we got free media coverage, all of what has happened here is actually being covered or being streamed online, but also across 48 countries in Africa. Thanks to Dominion TV. So we're already making impact across the world, and in particular across the continent. Now, Lady Rosa talked about the 5 C's, and it struck me that we could not have pulled this off without every one of those 5 C's, all of us, and everyone who supported us. But it's taken faith. Sometimes the vision was scary, Papa. And we didn't believe that we could pull this up because we're also all very pulled up in many different places and parts. And so faith has been a big part. We had prayer sessions while we were planning all the logistics and everything else. Faith, we said this is either God wanting us to do this or not. And God, this is impossible, but if it is you, then you will make a way. And so faith was at the very center of it. Courage. This is one of your 5 C's. I was telling someone today that you do it scared, and we have done this afraid. The times I woke up in the night and I was sweating, even with air conditioner on. It's taken a lot of fear, but we didn't have an excuse to pull out. And there are miracles that can happen when there's no stepping out or getting out of things. You find a way, and you find the courage. And so we have found the courage, we found the focus and the commitment to pull this off. And the resourcing has been available thanks to Papa. So you all wonder why you were invited to something like this and didn't have to pay a dime. Because by the kind benevolence of Papa, this could happen. This could happen. And so Papa, thank you. Papa and Lady Rosa and the whole ACI community. Because Papa said, I'll foot the bill for the breakfast. And so all of what you have enjoyed today has been thanks to the benevolence of Papa and Lady Rosa. And then all of us chipped in. Our time was taken for granted. We take our time for granted. But skills, setting up stuff, registration, websites, developing the brochure, and everything, all of us have chipped in to make this possible. So the in-kind contributions have all come together to make this work. So my simple closing message is that everything is possible if you put your mind to it. And sometimes the only reason why we don't make the large changes, as Shehun said, the big changes that are required, or even the small changes that are required, is that sometimes we're making excuses for ourselves, or that the vision is not clear enough, or that we haven't found the people to journey with. And I think in this production today, all the lines are falling in the right places by God's grace. And I bet none of you are left with any doubt that this was God ordained and God-driven, and we do hope that each of you is going back with a mind shift, with some new nugget of wisdom, something you've picked up that is going to change the way you do your work and the way you engage with life going forward. And we do hope that you stay in community with us, become formal members of the Kingdom Business Forum, and bring your value while you take value out of this. And together we can build the kingdom of God here on earth. Thank you very much. So I want to say a real special thank you to my troopers. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to know. No, before you go, we have a little something to do before we go. We cannot have done this, like I said, without the vision and the support and everything. And so we feel obliged to present a little token to our Papa. So Papa, if you could please. Let's come together. Papa, on behalf of the interim executives of the Kingdom Business Forum, we say Ayiko. Thank you for pushing us, and thank you for trusting us with this. God bless you. May you continue to grow in wisdom and stature and impact more. Thank you.
Don't you all agree with me that this interim should be permanent?
Please stay so that we can have Lady Rosa going on, please. I think Papa will lead this gift. And we're honored to invite Lady Rosa upstage, please. Yes. Lady Rosa, on behalf of the interim executive council members, thank you for believing in us and for your support and all the coaching and everything that you have done to make this possible. God bless you.
Lady Rosa, if it pleases you, I would like to have 3 memorable photos. First, starting with the Executive Council, the permanent Executive Council, together with you. I ask all speakers, moderators to please stand in readiness. You are next. All our speakers, sound team, I would need some help with the monitors if they could be taken off. Okay, Papa, Lady Rosa, I respectfully invite you down here together with the chair. All members, please stay up. And let's have all our speakers please line up in front. speakers. The last photo will be with all CEOs, all chief executives, board chairs, executive directors. All CEOs, executive directors, board chairs, please join. All CEOs, all board chairs, executive directors, please join us. It's a big family photo. Please, not aspiring. This amazing program will be re-telecast on DSTV, Dominion TV, on channel 352, and on GoTV, channel 213. It's available on demand, also on Facebook and YouTube at Archbishop Nicholas Duncan-Williams. We urge you to please share the link, spread the word. And so together, let's repeat what we did. I ask that we all rise with our backs facing the stage, and let's capture this moment once again. So let's take a family photo together. Everybody, we need the photos. We need the photos. We want to take with Papa, please. Let's take one big family photo with Papa. Everybody, please turn around with your backs facing Papa, Lady Rosa, and the entire team. Are we ready? So when we say KBF, what do you say? Building for posterity. Are we ready? So KBF, KBF, KBF. And so we made it happen right here. On behalf of our Papa and Lady Rosa, we say thank you for coming. Goodbye and God.